1 minute late. Acerthorn killed them. No. He didn't.
No, I've got a brief video we can play. You don't need to show it on stream, but if you want to hear the audio chat for how I about this whole incident.
You're not gonna play the thing we just had up, are you?
No, no, no.
Okay.
This one I'm gonna play.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Well, I don't. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, there's a little bit of a stream yesterday, talking about how we fucking won.
Yeah, complete nuclear apocalypse on Acer Thorn's hopes and dreams right there.
Yeah. I'm surprised it came this fast, but I'm glad it did because it's all over. And I didn't say it yesterday, but obviously I feel it needs to be said. Thank you, everyone, for the support you've given for this battle. Hopefully we don't have to deal with another crazy person who wants to sue us because they can't take criticism. It would be really nice if we didn't have to deal with this shit ever again.
Yeah.
Can't wait to roast Acerthorn with his permission. Nah.
Yeah, no, they ain't touching that. That's bait.
Yeah, it's bait. He realizes his 15 minutes of fame are over, and he's trying to stay relevant. Fuck him. Yep. Let him mauled in his fucking irrelevancy. Geiger for a 2-month membership message. Thank you. Congrats on the victory. Seems like a certain dad stabber is now left alone seething. Yep. Mad and alone and without a dad to stab. Duncan McCockner, what? Stag, suckle titties, acquire gonorrhea. One of those things I'm definitely not fine with.
Sucking titties?
That's kind of the obvious joke. But sure. Yeah, it's over. I'm glad it's over. He clearly doesn't. I just saw the image you posted, Pagan. Yeah, I'm glad it's over, and hopefully, we don't have to hear from this crazy idiot ever again. But let's. I think it's safe to leave it there.
Oh, okay. I was going to do that one, but
what? Oh, the Sid's tweet.
I just posted.
Yeah, I think. I think we're good.
Here, have this as a consolation.
I do wish, though, that I'd streamed just a little bit later yesterday, because Sid did say he wanted to come on a stream if someone was covering it, if one of us was covering it, and my stream had already ended at that point. But anyways, there are 2 things I want to talk about before we actually get to the video here. The first is, YouTube has been doing some changes to their platform to compete with Twitch a bit. And some of these changes are really good. Like, obviously they added the membership feature, which is, you know, loosely based on the subscribe feature on Twitch. Which is a really neat thing. It's a neat way to support people. Obviously they've had super chats for a while, which I guess is similar to Twitch's bit donations. But they also have stream rating now, which, you know, this is a really neat little feature where when your stream is over, you could send your viewers over to someone else's stream or to a premiering video or something, right? Not quite. They've handicapped it in the most stupid fucking way possible. So, this happened a couple weeks ago at the end of one of our streams, and this image here, I grabbed this just before we started this stream. You know, you could choose one of your own videos, or you could choose something from another channel. you don't have any redirect privileges. Ask creators to add you in their lists in community settings. Once a channel gives you redirect permissions, you can send your viewers to any of its streams or premieres that are upcoming or in progress. So this handicaps the entire system for everyone. So like, I guess for bigger YouTubers, they could just like add in any smaller channel they want. But like, what if a smaller channel wants to add in a bigger channel because like, oh hey, this person I like, Nick Ricada, Mauler, Nerdrotic, whoever, they're doing a stream and I want to redirect my audience over there because there's some overlap. Well, now I can't do that because I'd have to reach out and ask these incredibly large channels to go out of their way to add me and nobody to their list so I can send people over to their streams. It's like, yeah, it's probably not going to happen. You're making people do extra work in order for this to even work. And I think it's just dumb they're doing it this way. I hate it.
Yeah, I agree.
It was fine the way it was originally because I have used redirect before. And, you just pick a channel that's live, you pick a video that's premiering, and you could just send people over there. Now it doesn't work that way anymore. Very irritating. $10 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you. Salve. Since today's his birthday, today's honorary emperor is the greatest of all time himself, Gaius Julius Caesar. Although never actually an emperor, there is a reason he's who everyone thinks of when they hear Rome. Ah, yeah. Happy birthday, Julius Caesar. Well, speaking of people who get stabbed, goddamn. $10 from Rotpara, thank you. You're safe at last from Shia LaBeouf. I mean Stabbins. But seriously, even if he would never win, at least this wasn't a drawn-out hassle. Congrats. Yeah, the one of the big concerns for me was the whole, like, money thing. Because he does know that, legal battles are expensive to fight, and I get to fight it for free, so I'll sue everyone because they'll lose because they can't afford to fight me. It's like, goddamn, what a scumbag that guy is.
Mm-hmm. Fortunately, he might be dead wrong here soon.
$5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. Patrolling the competitive feature rollout of YouTube almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Gets Mordored.
Oh my god. That fucking mod is great, by the way. That fucking... Every time a NCR soldier says which is for a nuclear winter, a fucking nuclear strike hits their location. It is the funniest fucking mod I've ever seen.
That does sound funny. Anyways, there is another thing I wanted to bring up. So you guys are aware of the hit series Kenobi, the amazing new entry to the Star Wars universe that has absolutely no problems with it whatsoever. It's so successful. Everyone loves it. It's great. There's no problems with it. Oh, the image didn't go in. Hold on a second. There we go. Oh dear. Oh dear, how could this have happened? Star Wars The Black Series, Reva, the third sister, Force Elite Lightsaber, target 5,000 backers, 1,413 actual backers, not funded. Unfortunately, this project did not meet its backer goal. It did not go into production. I mean, you would think with such a highly successful series that's beloved by literally every single person on the planet that they should have hit that goal easily, right? I mean, wow, how could this have happened? But there's a little bit of a reason I bring this up, because I think it's interesting to see something so big fail like this. And it's part of seeing the tide change, you know? the name Star Wars doesn't mean instant success anymore, and I think that's a good thing. Unfortunately, I don't think Star Wars will ever be good again. Hopefully it is, because I do really like Star Wars, but I just don't expect it to be under current management. Now, there's another campaign that started just yesterday morning, actually, where someone is challenging the comic book industry, and take a look at these fucking numbers.
Yeah.
It genuinely makes me really fucking happy to see someone succeed like this. It is great. Like, this is, like, a little over a day of this campaign being live. 996% of their goal. The goal was $100,000, and they've made nearly $1 million in just a day. Like, goddamn, this is great. Oh man. I'm gonna back this when I get paid on Thursday. I want to check out this comic. Rippa's stuff looks golden. Yeah, the art on this looks really good, and like his whole angle is like, yeah, we're not going to infect this shit with politics. We care about making a good story. And it's like, yes, thank God, someone's doing it. He was actually on Friday Night Tights this past Friday, and he said on this project he spent $200,000 of his own money. And again, I just really love seeing the success for someone. Like, he's made that back several times over, and this is one day of like a 75-day campaign. Really happy to see. Anyways, should we start with this video?
Sure.
All right, let's grab that link. Kind of buried it with all the stuff we post. Do we want to show the Thor screen cap? It's painful. I'm just going to ignore it. Pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
There's a floating... For anyone who doesn't know, there's a floating head in the new Thor movie, and it looks goddamn terrible. Shortest intro tangent ever. Huh?
Looks like some shit straight out of fucking like Goosebumps from like the early 2000s.
I think even Goosebumps had better effects, though.
Probably.
Are you sure about that?
Do it? Oh no, Arrogant Media wants us to show it. Oh no. Okay, give me a second. I
was like, are you sure Goosebumps had better effects? Because, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Because, look, Goosebumps is a, like, 90s kids horror show that probably had, like, a lot of derp effects. It's still fucking better than this!
It was also terrible. What a weird horror series, right?
Yeah.
Like, what about the horror book of, turning people into velociraptor people to take over the world?
Oh, fucking course, that would be the one you reference.
Well,
yeah,
because it's supposed to be a horror series, but it's like, there's nothing, like, they're literally like, we will make you our glorious leader and everything like that. Once everybody has the brownies, they'll all turn into velociraptor people. And he has, at the end, he goes, well, it's a brave new world, and he eats it. And he's like, oh, spooky, woo!
That's actually a
What?
thing that really bugged me about Goosebumps books when I was a kid. It's like, every single one of them ended on, like, a very derp cliffhanger. And there's just no resolution to the actual problem. Like, one of them... this is going off of vague memories from a story I read, like, 20 years ago. God, it makes me feel old saying that. Whatever. The book was about these kids who are visiting their grandparents who lived in this swamp, I think. And they kept this, like, monster locked up in a room, and they accidentally let it go. I think the grandparents die somehow, and they defeat the creature because it ends up that this man-eating creature is allergic to humans and it dies. And then they, like, okay, so the kids are leaving, and then they realize the whole swamp is full of these creatures that probably aren't actually allergic to humans. It's just that one that was. It's like, okay, so they're dead. How do they get out of this? And it just ends.
Yeah, I remember that one. I was really frustrated with that one.
Yeah.
And like
And then,
all of them end like that too. I know there was another one. I was actually thinking about this the other day when I was bored out of my mind at work, where there's a mirror in the attic, and if you turn on a light, it causes like a rift to the mirrorverse, basically. And for some reason, the mirror people are evil. And by the end of the book, they managed to break the mirror and lock all the mirror people in the mirror world where they come from. But then it ends with, oh no, she realized her brother was using the wrong hand. He's left-handed and he was using his right hand. It's like, oh, okay, so we're doing that. So, like, what, is her brother trapped in the evil world being tormented by the evil people? And what's the evil version of him going to do?
yeah.
It's irritating. Anyways, Thor. Are you guys ready to see the amazingly high-quality film effect from a movie with a $250 million budget? Isn't it great? Doesn't it look amazing?
Welcome to what diversity hires do for you as a company.
I'm not even sure that's diversity hire stuff. I think that's just like crunch, probably. It's like, okay, so we need visual effects, so you've got like a week to do this, and it's like a week is not enough time to do this.
Yeah. No, I mean it should be. A week should be more than enough time to do it.
Well, I don't know what the actual time scale was. The point I'm making is they didn't have enough time to actually make anything in this movie look decent.
Yeah.
You have 4 hours. Get on it.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Holy shit. Is that the Oblivion NPC dude?
I still think that looks better than this.
Yeah, I think it does because everything else has a cohesiveness to it. It makes it fit in. This doesn't fit in at all with its environment or anything. It's just, ooh.
Ghostbusters 1 and 2 have better effects? Yeah. Genuinely. I need to get this off my screen.
Absolutely.
Alright. We have a video to cover. I previewed it yesterday and it irritated me a bit.
JD, Gollum is different. So JD says, it took 24 hours to render one frame of Gollum. That's different. Gollum is a full-body character that they are mapping onto a person that's doing the acting in one of those suits. Like, that's quite a bit different in comparison. Plus, okay, you mentioned it later, but that was 2000 CGI technology, yes. Like, we're talking a vast scale difference. What that was shown on screen, that should have been like a 30-minute effect.
Yeah. When Jimmy Neutron has better CGI than a $250 million movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they made the joke that when SpongeBob looks better than than Thor, it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Idiko sent me a clip from Thor Ragnarok. I'm not sure we can watch this on stream, Idiko. It's appreciated, though. Alright, we ready to get to this video?
Yeah, sure. We can go ahead and jump into it.
Alrighty.
If there's one thing
So, I was going through the suggestions channel for something to cover, and I don't know how I didn't notice this video before. This was suggested to us like 2 or 3 months ago. I've got some issues with it. I've previewed maybe half of it, and yeah, it's definitely something. So
I got some issues with his background. Like, Jesus Christ, that poor shelf.
what? Oh, the
Shelf on the right side, yeah.
Yeah, it's sagging. Yeah.
And it's making it bubble up the other side. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Get a better shelf.
That doesn't even look like a proper shelf, though. It's not like a thick piece of wood. It's like a thin piece of plastic or something.
It's so flimsy and floopy.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about his background, though. It's certainly better than other backgrounds we've seen.
I know, but why I instantly went to that shelf because, like, it's so, like, ugh.
Oh my god, that's brutal. Why are you guys replying to the mid-2000s personified? Look, he's probably not that bad. He just has a derp take here. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Rip, this was the guy who got fucked over by Butch Hartman. What?
It was Butch Hartman.
Oh, wait, what? Is it really? Or are you guys joking? I can't tell if you're joking.
Yeah.
Well, one, I don't know who Butch Hartman is. So.
Butch Hartman is the guy who made Fairly Odd Parents and keeps making, like, weird, projects and stuff that he scams people out of their money.
Oh.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, holy shit, I enjoyed Fairly Odd Parents. That sucks to hear that he's gone full, like, shyster.
Yeah, he's completely lost it. He's I don't know, he's just weird. He also tried making some, like, it's supposed to be a competitor to Netflix, and it hasn't launched yet, even though he said it would launch, like, 3 years ago.
Mm.
And all those people sent their money to, like, support it, and nothing's come of it. And it's like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I agree with that. Stickers on everything, head ass. Yep.
Yeah, I've never gotten putting stickers on everything in sight. That's...
Yeah.
I don't know, it just seemed weird to me. Maybe not weird, but, like, just not something I was into. I guess there's a lot of things a lot of people do that I just don't. Anyways, yeah, let's get into this. Let's see where it goes.
If there's one thing I hate more than anything when discussing movies, it's the phrase, despite its flaws. That phrase is always the prefix to a sentence where someone wants to say they like a movie, but are too afraid of being judged for it because the movie isn't up to par with what we now deem as a good film. Nowadays, you can't just say something like, I like Shark Boy and Lava Girl. You have to say, despite the dated CGI, the unimpressionable acting, and a premise that doesn't make any sense, Shark Boy and Lava Girl is still a slightly enjoyable film.
No, you don't. You don't have to say any of that. People are entirely fine with you saying, I like the movie. It's dog shit, and I like the movie. People unironically like The Room, but they know it's shit.
I like Morbius because of how fucking terrible it is. In fact, I probably like Morbius because it is so bad and ridiculous.
Yeah, there's some movies where it's like, if it had been even mediocre, you would have thrown it out. It being so dog shit is what makes it enjoyable because you can't believe what's fucking happening. It's kind of the whole schlock behind Mystery Science Theater 3000 back in the day. Not the new reboot of it. Oh my god, no, not the new reboot.
I suppose what also matters is how you're framing it. Like, a lot of people, this is something we've talked before, but they'll say, oh yeah, this thing is good. Well, no, it's not good. It's the whole subjective versus objective thing, where it's like, okay, so good and bad are statements of quality. By saying this movie is good, you're saying that it's, like, well made and well written or whatever. If you just say I like it, then, like, most people are going to realize and understand, oh, so he likes it. Alright, there's nothing I can do with that.
Yeah. Ooh, 9 months membership from Rage vs. Emil.
Thank you.
How's it going today, Stag Crew? I heard about the victory, so that's pretty awesome. Get screwed, Acer. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Personal taste has nothing to do with critical thinking. Yeah.
Yep.
Film, but it's nothing. And am I the only one that's starting to find this kind of annoying? Like, that's not rhetorical. Every day I feel more and more alone in the fact that I just don't care about any of that bunk anymore. And I just want to like something without having a justifiable reason for it.
You don't need a justifiable reason for it. You can like it for whatever reason you like it.
Yeah.
Who do you need to justify your likes to? Why are you so insecure that you must justify your likes to something?
Yeah, why are you even considering this a problem? Most people don't even have an issue with this, so I don't even know why. Unless you're conflating it with, well, these films are actually good, and I don't know why they can't just accept that. And it's like, well, no, we're not just going to accept that. That's retarded.
Yeah, absolutely.
I noticed the super chats have like a little. They have Dragon Balls on them for some reason now.
Yeah, this one does. Did the other ones have that?
Some of them do, some of them don't. I'm not sure what the difference is. Could it be channel memberships?
It might be these people are channel members, so it's a thing from the channel membership. So that's interesting.
Yeah, that's neat if that is the case. $2 from Dry Complimentary. Thank you. Creetosis is a furry. No, I'm not. And your mum. Lol, get wrecked. Alrighty then.
Okay.
Actually, that does remind me of something else I wanted to talk about quickly. I meant to do it before the video, but whatever. We're here, so we'll do it now. Starting on STAG 51, we're going to start reading super chats at the end of stream. Obviously, it's nothing against, you guys. We appreciate the support. But it's that a lot of super chats tend to put us onto massive tangents. And I think the show will flow better if we get the video coverage over and done with, and then get to the super chats. Yeah.
I think that would be a pretty good idea, honestly.
Yeah. So, I'm saying this now for episode 51, we'll start doing that. Just so people have time to, I guess, not adjust, but like, so it's not sudden, so it's not like, hey, we're changing this now. Get used to it type thing, They use the Dragon Balls to give you $1.50. That is a very good use of the Dragon Balls. But Creetosis, tangents is in the title. We're still going to tangent on the videos, because that's what the videos cause us to do.
Yeah, but they'll be natural. They won't be something of us talking about a super chat and then going up on a random tangent about that.
Yeah, it's
we'll save that for the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Amora says in chat, it's a heads up. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, we're not reducing the tangents, we're just moving them to the end.
Yep.
But
if
again,
the tangent comes up naturally, then that'll flow better anyways.
Yeah. Anyways.
Plot makes sense. I don't care if the acting is phenomenal, and I certainly don't care if the CGI is noticeable or if it's at Infinity War Thanos level detail. So why can't people just enjoy movies anymore?
Well,
there it is.
Here is the problem. Here's the problem. One, people do enjoy movies. Number two, people like being critical of the movies because they want better quality in the movies. You'll get more things to enjoy if it's of higher quality. And three, why are you so insecure that you have to constantly tell us, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care? You made this video. You obviously care a great deal about it.
Oh, there's a comment to chat here, too, from Duncan McCockiner. By the way, Kuro objectively analyzes Ben 10 to an autistic degree, but then says objective critique doesn't exist. Pretty typical internet hypocrisy. If that's true, then goddamn.
Yeah. If that's true, that's fucking nice. It's a nice meme right there.
Yeah. I actually forgot the... Oh, right. It's the whole why can't we just enjoy things. So,
yeah.
It's funny that comes up, too, because I was grabbing clips from previous stags yesterday for the compilation video, which I might not get done in time, if I'm going to be honest. And, by the way, it's probably going to be hard to play that thing on stream, too, because I've got clips from the first 4 episodes. It's already over 25 minutes long, so if we get clips from all 50, then it's just going to take up the entire stream. what I might do is just release it as its own thing on Saturday. But, anyways, it actually reminds me of the very first STAG where we covered, old Oxhorn and how he was like, oh, you can't expect perfection from these things. Did you guys see the perfection clip I played? I put in.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, I did. I watched it. It was good.
yeah. So it's the whole thing of, oh, why can't you just enjoy things? If you're a little bit toxic in your head, then this experience wasn't completely perfect, and you're gonna ruin this experience for yourself. It's like, no, that's not how it works. Nearly 50 episodes later, and we're still dealing with the same bullshit from episode 1.
Yep.
Yep. You expected perfection. Like, motherfucker, no, we're not. We're expecting average.
Yeah, and again, this guy didn't actually say perfection or toxicity or anything, but it's the same baseline argument. Why can't people just enjoy this thing without looking at the flaws? Just consume.
And like I said, one, people do enjoy things still. Like you're already fucking wrong, and two, people want to look and highlight the flaws because they want the products to get better. So there's even more things to enjoy.
Yeah. It's like, we're never going to win on the Star Wars front. Star Wars is unfortunately dead, but it's part of the point of saying, hey, this is wrong with The Last Jedi. This is wrong with Solo. This is what's wrong with Rise of Skywalker and Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian and the Kenobi show. By pointing out these things that are wrong, even if it doesn't end up improving Star Wars in the long run, hopefully other people who are interested in making creative works will see that these people care about how well these stories are told. Creetosis, your opinion is your opinion, but remember, it hurts me, so never speak it. Yeah, that's kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, I've just always kind of hated the, no, just stop hating everything, loser. It's like, no. We're criticizing things because we want them to be better. Well, we can.
People seem so afraid to openly admit that they like something because all of its objective flaws that film and YouTube critics have branded into your minds to look out for when watching something. And that's
that just feels
And here's the best part. He's going on to say like how it ruins things, how it's ruining your watching experience. Like, no, it isn't. If you're actually paying attention to the flaws, you're being more engaged. You're thinking more critically about it. You're actively participating in the story. You're not shutting your brain off and watching the pretty lights and colors and shit. You're genuinely thinking through the situation, thinking through how things work.
I hate that argument so much.
I do too, and it actually kind of reminds me of the debate Mahler and I think Wolf had with... Was it The Closer Look? It was one of the guys they covered fairly early on where they had a debate about The Last Jedi. And I think it was Wolf who said something to the effect of, well, noticing the flaws and talking about them in the bad things make me appreciate the good things even more. Like, when I see how bad something like The Last Jedi is, it makes me appreciate how tight something like Lord of the Rings is. And that's absolutely true for me, too. Because it's frustrating when you've got the story that they're trying to tell, and there's just derp shit all over the place, like, I don't know, like the stupid Spaceballs joke in The Last Jedi, where, oh, is this a ship landing? No, it's actually an iron. It's like, why is this in a Star Wars movie? This is dumb. Or Luke Skywalker being a pathetic loser with no build-up, or any of that shit. And then you look at something like Top Gun Maverick, without any spoilers. This is a movie that comes 20, 30 years later, where the main character has a... there's a bit of a struggle, and he's got a... He's at a bit of a low point, but he isn't a pathetic fucking loser. And you just like it's a simple movie with a fairly simple plot, and you just appreciate that they do the basics. That's oh yeah, it's written well. The characters are acting the way they should be. It makes sense that this is happening and or that is happening. You know, Top Gun Maverick fucking slaps. Yeah, it's it's pretty good. I liked it. I haven't even seen the original. But yeah, back to the point. By talking about the flaws and things, it can make you appreciate the good things of other media better. Um, Another quick example, I hated fucking Amnesia Rebirth, and it made me appreciate so much more about Amnesia The Dark Descent. Like, yeah. We good to continue?
Yep.
Yep.
Ruined enjoying something just for the sake of enjoying something. It's always the writer should have done this instead of that. The director didn't understand this scene when they should have shot it like that. I can't see the frickin' pores on She-Hulk's skin, so therefore the CGI is absolute ass and is comparable to a PS2 game.
See, there's a couple things to take away from that, but that's the one that bugs me because that comes across as really disingenuous. I don't think anyone has complained about not seeing the pores on a character's skin. It's typically more often about how a lot of CG kind of looks like shit because it looks like it's smeared in Vaseline or recent example, little bit of a recent example here. It just looks like absolute fucking dog shit with a floating head.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't an issue of, oh, I can't see the pores on his face. This actually looks like trash. And I guess part of what comes across here, too, is he's acting like this is every movie that's like, people just can't enjoy it. Where there's a lot of movies where people do just enjoy it. I was listening to the EFAP the other day about Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but they're going through the plot and talking about how well everything is set up and how the payoffs are so good and everything, and you know, it isn't just about, oh, this thing is bad. It's about appreciating the good as well. Oh my god, the cinematography in Top Gun Maverick is top tier. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole fucking turn your brain off to enjoy something. It's like, no, it's like you could still enjoy something that's bad with your brain turned on. In fact, I find it more enjoyable to watch something that's really fucking bad and like think it over and know exactly why it's bad and just laugh at the fact that it's so absurd.
Well, that's part of the fun we had watching Morbius, Pagan, where it's like...
Exactly.
This movie is crazy bad. Nothing that's happening is making sense. And it was funny to laugh at it because it's like... Have you seen Morbius yet, Such?
Nope.
Fucking heathen. I'm going to spoil something.
No, you're not. No. Fuck.
Then
I'll slap you.
Mute yourself because I need to talk about this because it's so fucking funny.
God damn it, Bobby. Hold on a second. Let me get up to the chat.
Let me know when you're muted. Okay, there we go. I'll type something in the chat when we're done so he can unmute himself. So, one of the funniest fucking things about Morbius to me is like, okay, he turns himself into a vampire and he kills everyone on this ship and he escapes the ship and the cops start investigating it when it gets towed into town. And, of course, they start investigating Morbius and they're all like super suspicious like, it looks like there's a vampire on the loose or something. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, Morbius, would you? It's like, why are you jumping to vampires immediately? What?
Yeah.
It's like so stupid that they just...
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. A doctor who's doing blood science and their first immediate thing, it's like, okay, so he's a suspect. We know that he does like some sort of studies and stuff with blood and how to rejuvenate people and stuff like that. Vampires. Like, fucking what? Like, why are you jumping to that? Like, you know he's a scientist who works with blood. Why are you jumping to actual vampirism? Like, it's
Yeah.
not even a joke. Like, it's not even like, oh, like, are you actually a vampire doctor? Like, nudging his shoulder sort of thing. No. They're just straight up like, so are you a vampire? We need to know. And it's just like,
Well,
what?
They don't.
Go.
You're. Oh God. You unmuted before I said to unmute.
That damn.
It's fine. It's fine. I think we got the point across.
Yeah.
But that's just an example of how fucking silly that, like, pointing out how ridiculous that is part of what makes me enjoy the movie, because it's so ridiculous.
You've been found guilty of Morbin. You're under arrest.
I mean, technically not incorrect.
Yep.
Well, all right. I don't know what point you made, but it's the same thing with, like, we watched the Postal movie in my community.
Oh
and,
boy.
It was bad, but it was bad in a way that was entirely fitting with Postal.
That's the impression
So
I got from the screenshots on the Steam page.
Yeah. So it was one of those, like, yeah, it's bad, it's a B-movie schlock for sure, and the plot is about as nonsensical as it comes, but it's very fitting for, very fitting for Postal, for the Postal universe. It's genuinely like, wow, this is actually a really good video game adaptation. Holy shit.
I think it would be hard to fuck up a Postal movie unless you just took the violence out, you know?
Oh, and they didn't do that. And there's some titties. They got titties in there. there's terrorists. And they got Mini-Me. They got Mini-Me because they obviously couldn't get Gary Coleman. Rest in peace, Gary.
Wait, when was this movie made?
Uh,
Because I thought Gary Coleman was still alive at the time. I thought this movie was made in the, 2000 or, mid-2000s, and Gary Coleman was still alive back then, wasn't he? Didn't he?
It was 2007. I thought it was later than that. Oh.
When did Gary Coleman die?
2010. Yeah, so he could have been in it. Damn it, we could have had Gary Coleman in it.
Wow, the movie is a fucking 0 out of 10 now.
It doesn't matter. They got Mini-Me in it, and they do funny. They literally throw him in luggage, and he's getting dragged around in it. It's fucking funny as shit.
By the way, rest in peace, too, to Mini-Me. That's unfortunate hearing that he passed away years ago. $5 from Johnny14. Thank you. Hey, Cree. Heard you were diagnosed with ADHD or ADD in your new video. I have ADHD, too, and it felt nice to know you have it, too, so thanks. Yeah, I was diagnosed with that when I was a kid, and I do genuinely forget which one it was. I think it may have been ADHD. But I'm not sure. And
I had ADHD, but then I took a shit ton of Ritalin, and it calmed me down.
I never took meds.
I took a lot of Ritalin.
Might have been a mistake for me not to take meds. Gotta admit that.
I don't think you have hyperactive disorder, so I think it's more likely ADD.
Possibly.
Instead of ADHD, because yeah, you don't seem like you have a lack of attention, and then also are constantly woo, wah, whoa.
Well, I think that also comes across as that might be a media exaggeration of what ADHD is.
I mean, what I'm trying to get across is those people that you can see them constantly fidgeting at all times. Not only are they attention deficit.
So what you don't realize is that I don't have a webcam on, and that I fucking fidget all the time.
No, but I mean, are you constantly looking away from the screen at all times and everything? Not even able to focus at all?
I can focus a bit, but I am always looking around and looking at stuff in my room and stuff.
Yeah, fair. Creed just has a touch of the tism. Don't we all?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that more and more. I should maybe get checked for tism. Maybe. I don't know. $5 from Johnny Off 14. Thank you. Also, you don't have autism. LOL. I know you said you show some symptoms, but ADD and autism are two sides of the same coin. Very similar conditions. If they're two sides of the same coin, doesn't that mean I have it?
Yeah, wouldn't that be? As I always say, if autism is a spectrum, it means everybody's on it. By definition, you have to be. You either have none of it, which means you're on the end of the spectrum that's 0, or you have a lot of it. So, it's like, I hate when people say anything is a spectrum, because like, okay, so literally every single person on the planet is on it then.
According to them, yes. Also, I like the I never took meds, Creetosis. That's his new slogan.
Yeah,
that's the new channel slogan. I never took meds.
It's no longer aggressive negativity is his brand. It's I never took meds.
Did you get the Pendagar Mando one?
Did I?
It was in between those two. I didn't hear it.
6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendikar Mando.
No,
thank you. Huh?
Yeah, no S. It's just Malaysian ringgit.
Oh. There's no... Wouldn't it be a plural, though?
Well, that is the plural.
Ringgit is a plural.
It's like moose is moose. Moose is the plural of moose.
No, you call them Misas.
No.
You call them mooses. Anyways, 6 Malaysian ringgit from Pendikar Mando. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I'll be sad when you guys read these at the end. I mean, we kind of have to do it for a little bit of time management, because we can't really be spending like 6 hours on a video. It just kind of doesn't flow as well as it like. I think it would flow better if we just do them at the end, you know?
Yeah.
$5 from High Speed Tacos. Thank you. Forgetting which ADHD/ADD you have. It's such an ADHD/ADD energy. I know the pain, Cree, too. Didn't pay attention to my diagnosis. JK. Joking. Yeah. Also, I never took meds as a schizo mood.
Yeah. Oh my god, that reminds me of that moment. Are your do your friends have medication? No, why? Because I think they need to take it. What happened? Whose blood is that?
$2 from Dread Complimentary. Thank you. Creetosis has AIDS. Rip. No.
But a certain somebody we know might.
Oh god. That... How does that saga keep getting more and more interesting as the year goes on? Like, every month is something.
Yeah, really. Honestly, it is.
It was pure fucking karma, though.
Yeah. If it's true, oh my god. I'm a spite walk. I'm a walk just to spite you, motherfucker.
People leaping that far to insult something if it isn't irrefutably perfect.
Oh
Nothing
god,
is perfect.
we
Nothing is perfect.
See, I previewed several minutes of this video yesterday. I actually forgot he said perfect. In the sea of Oxhorn saying perfect from that video that I was editing yesterday. Fuck. I really wish people would stop going to these extremes. Oh, so you have problems with this thing. Well, I'm sorry it's not perfect. It's like, no. We're not demanding perfection. We're pointing out flaws where we see them because we want things to be better. It's not a demand for perfection. Even Lord of the Rings isn't, like, perfect, but still an amazing set of movies.
Even
and
the
books.
Yeah. 'Cause Tom Bombadil is a big problem in the books.
Yeah, I
He's
do.
too powerful. He's too powerful. It doesn't make any sense. He can literally solve the problem instantly.
Well, no, because I do also explain that he's. Without using Tolkien's words, I think Tom Bombadil's kind of autistic, and he would forget the significance the ring has and forget it and lose it. And that's part of the problem. And the other problem is, even if he were to keep it forever because he's unaffected by it, it doesn't change the fact that Mordor's armies will spread across Middle Earth, and even in time, the Force could be corrupted around Tom Bombadil.
He could take it himself. He could be the one that carries it. Tom Bombadil could have gone along with them.
I thought part of it was he couldn't leave the forest, though.
Is that true? I don't remember.
I know he is very connected with the forest.
Yes, I know that for a fact. But I don't know if he's not allowed to leave the forest. Or, you know what I mean? Not allowed. Like, if he leaves the forest, bad things will happen, sort of thing. I don't remember if that's true or not. Somebody who's read Lord of the Rings more recently, let us know.
Kree is right. Tom Bombadil may be powerful, but he's restricted by his own mentality. I definitely trust Arrogant Media's take on that, because he is very familiar with
Yes.
Lord of the Rings and Tolkien.
Absolutely.
I have listened to the audiobooks recently, so yeah. That's kind of where I'm getting my information from.
Yeah, that's fair.
Berserk kind of has that problem. Now that I think about it. Because, fuck, why can't I think of his name now?
Sorry, just gonna read this comment while you try and remember.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tom is immune to the ring for the same reason he can't carry it to Mordor. Yeah, that seems to make sense. Tom is so in the light, the darkness can never even tempt him. And he'd lose it naturally, so he'd be useless in the journey. I've been reading up just to ready for Rings of Power comes out for you guys. Oh, well, thank you, Arrogant Media, Dirk. I am not looking forward to Rings of Power.
I am not either. It's going to be a fucking disaster.
Yeah, that's going to be pure fucking torture.
Have you seen their latest, like, true fans thing they did? They show, like, a black child dressing up to be a hobbit, and he goes to the convention, and he's like, then they're like, real fans like that, because he read the book, and he got so inspired, and then he watched Rings of Power on Amazon Prime, and then he went to the fan expos. I'm like, oh, God.
See, I don't have a problem with a kid dressing up in a costume regardless of their race, because it's just showing their love of something. But the way you're
obviously being used for tokenism, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It feels like, from the way you're describing it, it feels like they're using him as a prop. And that... I'm surprised this needs to be said in this day and age. Black people aren't props. They're people.
I know. And Mexicans aren't tacos. You fucking... Jesus Christ. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I can't believe you fucking said that.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot. Oh.
See.
But yeah. Oh, go ahead.
It's not just him that's the problem. His own wife. Like, Jesus.
I'm gonna disconnect from fucking the VPN because I forgot to do that before we started.
Oh, okay.
Is our there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we should be back now.
Okay, good. But yeah, I was thinking of Skull Knight, and it's just kind of odd that he can literally teleport, and he's extremely powerful. Literally has a sword that can cut through reality itself. And he does show up to help the main team sometimes, but not all the time, or especially not when they seem to need it most. And it's like, but why, though?
I mean, he at least showed up to help Guts, save him from the, sacrifice.
Yeah, he does save him from the sacrifice, and he does show up in the conviction arc. But it's also like, but a lot of times he just doesn't show up. And it's like, but he's also clearly still watching. Like, he's there, but he doesn't help. But he does sometimes. And it's like,
yeah.
But why not more often? It's like, because he's not doing anything in the background, really. So it's kind of odd. It's just a weird thing. Like, it's not a huge flaw or anything. It's just something you notice over time, and you kind of think to yourself, it is a little weird. Like, I hope they explain in the later chapters, now that they're going to continue it, that they'll kind of show what he's been doing in the background a little bit more, so it can explain why he's not helping as much as he could be.
He is pulled by the waves of causality. See, that can actually work in story writing. It's like Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. Fantastic couple of books, by the way. Highly recommend them. They are funny as fuck. But his entire thing is that everything is connected to everything, and so there's like all these weird coincidences that happen because they're supposed to happen. Oh, it's so fucking good. Hi, please read those books. They're just so fucking good.
Like, I know he can't affect causality the way Guts can, but it's still just... And I do know that he hunts apostles in the background. Like, we due to the latest chapters, we know he killed a certain 4 beings that are very important to the story previously. So I do know he's doing stuff. It's just, it seems like at the times when the group needs help, that seems to also be when he's free and he's not there. And it just seems weird. But they might explain that later. We'll see. It's not a huge issue. It's just something that I've noticed as I've been reading it, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
but why though?
Yeah. Anyways. Back to the video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just quickly. Hey, I just joined. What's this video all about? Stop criticizing things, loser. That seems to be what it's about.
Yeah.
The CGI is absolute ass and is comparable to a PS2 game. People really do be leaping that far to insult something if it isn't irrefutably perfect. And even if it was, there's always something else to complain about too.
There is nothing that's perfect.
So
and even if it was...
Even if it was, there's something to complain about. So, you realize if something's perfect, that means there's nothing to complain about. How do you fuck that up?
Yeah.
The video is a little low. We've been having this problem for weeks. I don't know what the problem is, because the video audio is maxed out on Watch Together. The video input on... Sorry, the audio input on OBS is maxed out. I had to turn Such and Pagan down because I never had that maxed out before. And now the videos just aren't as loud as they used to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's... If I don't think turning up my own audio changes your guys' audio. Let me... Hold on. Say something?
4 and a couple minutes ago.
Okay, so...
Yeah, you couldn't hear me, so yeah.
Huh?
I was saying something because you said to say something.
Okay, so what I did was, I turned my audio all the way down to 0, so I couldn't hear you at all. And I looked at OBS for the audio input, and you guys still showed up on that, meaning your audio still went through. So, both audio sliders I have access to increase the video's audio for chat are maxed out. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry. Anyways, we good to continue?
Yes.
Yeah.
But Kuro, looks like this allows studios not to try as hard or care about their audience, because then they'll believe people will watch anything, and then the entertainment industry will become nothing but soulless writing and infinite cameos. And it's like, no, for what?
Oh boy. So how old is this video? Because
Yeah,
boy, has
that's
this not
exactly
aged
what
well.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's check that out quickly then. Give me just a moment. Oh no. Oh, it's not. That's why. It's grayed out.
For one, a movie.
No,
is
no,
just a
stop
movie.
talking.
I
Stop
want-
talking. Won't let me. May 20th, 2022.
Yeah. Okay, you just weren't paying attention because that's exactly what fucking happened, you idiot.
Yeah. That's all Disney is now.
Well,
That's
actually,
all Marvel especially is.
Yeah,
wait-
it's all Marvel is. It's all Disney is. It's all a lot of things are now.
Well, just you wait until it gets even more reductive about this point, because it gets stupid.
Oh boy. This isn't stupid already? Oh boy.
Yeah, holy fuck.
Yeah. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. Don't ask questions. Just consume product, then get excited for next product as a video essay. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very common sentiment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's see, because he's going into it. He's like 4-1. All right, well, let's see how you try to get around this, because this is exactly what movies did.
Yeah, we'll be able to get more into this in just a bit, too.
One, a movie is just wanted to be entertaining. Sue me. And secondly...
So...
Wow, how low your standards are, sir.
So what if, every person on the planet is, a little different in every way. So what if there's people out there who are more entertained by a well-written story rather than just fucking anything, as long as it's, like, flashy,
Yeah. So, for example, for this guy, hey, you're only allowed to eat McDonald's forever, for the rest of your life. That's it, McDonald's. Food is just food.
Yeah.
I expect it to fill me. Congratulations, now you're only allowed McDonald's. You can never have anything else ever again.
Yeah. The point of food is to keep you alive, so why do anything with it that's like, different tastes or spices? Well, that's part of taste, but you know what I mean.
Tastes, textures, anything.
Why do any of that? Different temperatures, because some food is cold, some food is hot, some is just whatever. So why not just nutrient gray slop? Because the only point of it is to keep us going.
Yep.
Just eat a tasteless nutrient bar every day and never eat anything else. There you go.
Yeah, see, all this stuff in the background, this stuff is just supposed to be for decoration. There's entirely too much variance here, too much stuff. It should all be kind of gray, maybe a couple whites here, some black. That's it. That's all you should have. You don't need any of this.
But back to the main point. Yeah, people are entertained by different things and different qualities of things. So if you're fine clapping at like a seal at special effects and, oh, hey, look, it's character I recognize that showed up for 3.2 seconds, that's fine. You're allowed to enjoy that. Some of us want some actual quality from the media we consume.
Yeah, some of us like having our brains challenged and ideals challenged, and a lot of times movies can be a way to express and showcase a concept that's alien or foreign.
You know what movie does a really, really fucking good job with the message it's trying to present? Not the message, but the message it's trying to present? Everything Everywhere All at Once. Really fucking good. Yeah.
Yeah. Professionals have standards.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Like, the payoff is so much more satisfying when it makes sense rather than just, oh, look, the good guys won. Isn't it great if the path to get there makes no sense?
Yeah, when you use it for something clever. When you have a set, like it's like in magic systems. If you have a very set limitations, it's all the more satisfying when you find ways to work within those limitations to do something nobody thought of before. It's the emergent gameplay argument we were talking about in Space Station 13. Versus that fucking idiot developer. The cover slides back and forth. So now you're in cover, now you're out of cover. That's emergent gameplay. Oh my god.
This is also an argument I meant to make earlier, and I just kind of forgot. So for the whole like stories being well written thing, even if it is just like a dumb schlocky action movie, I don't really see a good reason for it to not be well written, because even if it is a dumb movie, there's no reason to just not make basic sense.
Yeah. Like, if the whole point of it not making sense is actually the point, then yeah, that's fine. It's the whole Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and stuff. the infinite improbability drive. It's like it not making sense is the point.
Yeah, exactly. But if you take something like Die Hard, for example, it's a very good movie. The plot is still fairly simple, though. Terrorists have this goal, and there's one guy who's on the loose who's taking them out. Here's what they have to deal with throughout the movie. And they try to make it make sense throughout the entire movie. You don't have, like, crazy bullshit happening for the sake of it. That's just nonsense, you know?
Yeah.
Movie is like that. There's still countless solid films being made to this day with outstanding directing and musical score, fresh humor.
Name them.
Yes. Name these. Name these movies.
So, just for myself, I've already brought it up, but Everything All Everywhere All at Once, pretty fucking good. The Batman and Spider-Man No Way Home, they've
Top Gun
got
Maverick.
Those two movies have got some issues, but they're pretty decent. There's a lot of good character moments and stuff. Yeah, Top Gun Maverick.
Dune.
So there's, 5, 6 movies?
Yeah.
I'm having trouble thinking what else has come out recently that has been decent to really good.
Yeah.
And, this is probably a me problem, but my mind keeps going to The Lighthouse, which was a few years ago at this point.
Mm. But I guess here's more to the thing is those movies that we've mentioned are the exception. They're not the norm. The norm is the Captain Marvels. The norm is Morbius. The norm is... we were talking about it off stream, Supernatural.
Oh, God, yeah.
That's the norm.
It still really bugs me how much that show went downhill after the first couple seasons.
Yeah. Oh, Megan finished killing the turkeys?
What?
I thought I could hear in the background, like, something like that in your background. So I thought the birds might have come back to scream in your window.
No, I don't know what you heard. I didn't hear anything.
That was fucking funny that one time where it's just randomly a chicken right beside you screeching.
Yeah, I was in my window and it was open, so he was just fucking screaming into my room. And I was like, get out of here!
Thoughts and captivating performances by the actresses and actors. Today, we've never had such a broad range of diverse content. And the
Yeah,
Where?
I don't know. Maybe there's something amazing that we all just haven't heard of and we're all missing, but I don't know. It seems to me like a lot of entertainment media is in a pretty dire position. Maybe if he's talking about all media ever, like, sure, there's probably some good books and manga and video games being released. Certainly on the TV and movie side of things, it's not looking so good. Creetosis, would you recommend watching Everything Everywhere All at Once? Yes. Absolutely.
Yep.
The veil for something new is at every turn. And if you don't believe...
Is that every turn? I get what he's saying. Like, Jesus Christ. It's something for just having new things. Again, ooh, shiny new things. That's not what we want. We want shiny, new, good things. Things that have actual quality. Things that have substance.
No, you can't expect perfection, Such. What are you talking about?
Yeah, again, we need to literally destroy this concept for these weirdos. Like, people don't expect perfection. Nothing can be perfect. We are not after perfection. We are after competency.
The perfection argument is one that really needs to be put in the fucking ground permanently. When I was still a fan of Bethesda, I wasn't expecting Skyrim to be perfect. I was expecting it to be, like, a really good game back then, but I wasn't expecting perfection. I don't think I've ever expected perfection.
It's a movie about space wizards for kids. Yeah.
I hate that argument so much.
Yeah, it's truly like, again, it's these weirdos need these arguments. They live on pure copium.
Yeah.
That, I don't know what to say other than you're just not looking for it. It's there. But even so, movies aren't all about that either. Like I said, movies are first and foremost meant to be entertaining.
Okay, and there are people that find more entertainment and more enjoyment when a movie is clever, when it's well written, when it's been well shot, and the action scenes are on point and everything.
So, if a movie's supposed to be entertained, God, I'm just.
See, no, we can do this. If a movie's supposed to be entertaining, horror movies, they're not really entertaining. The thrill comes from the dread, the fear, the excitement and rush. It's not really you're not really there for the entertainment factor. You're there for the scares, the spooks, that tingling sensation that goes up your spine, the slowly curling back in your seat and kind of looking through the top of your eyes because you're waiting for that next moment.
Yeah.
It's there for the rush and the thrill. That's not entertainment in and of itself.
The direction I was more so going to go with was, what if you were to shoot a movie that's, like, very flatly shot, like, there's no spectacular cinematography, it's just as boring as possible, there's, fucking whatever, just what most people would consider a shit movie, but someone out there finds it entertaining. So, is that good enough, then, because someone out there found it entertaining? Because that was the point of it, is to be entertaining.
I mean,
I still feel it's worth criticism when something fails, or not even fail, but maybe falls short of the mark. Because that's part of the thing with perfection too. Is you talk about something even that you love, and you still point out the flaws in it, not because you demand perfection, but it's just like, yeah, this is a problem with it. And we're acknowledging that it exists. Okay.
Creetosis, look up Empire, a movie made by Andy Warhol that is literally just hours of the Empire State Building in one shot.
I have heard of that, yeah. Besides, most of harsh criticism is aimed at movies and games that are wrongfully called masterpieces. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that is one thing that is extremely irritating, where it's like, oh yeah, The Last Jedi, The Last of Us 2, Amnesia... Well, I don't think anyone has called Amnesia Rebirth a masterpiece, and if they have, they're fucking wrong. But, yeah, it's when people call fucking blatant garbage a masterpiece. It's very irritating.
Oh god, and here, you know what's funny? Seeing more normie people... I use normie as like the people that aren't totally into gaming and stuff like that, but hearing like Drexel and Nick Rekieta talk about how dog shit Last of Us 2 is, and that it should kill the entire franchise, was funny as fuck.
Well, see, here's the thing too: is I'm not even sure Last of Us should have been a franchise. Like it.
Yeah,
it should have probably been like having things that are just a standalone product are fine. You don't need a sequel to everything. Not everything has to be a massive franchise with 36 entries into it and a multiverse and time travel and everything. Obviously not saying that Last of Us 2 has that, but
yep,
it's fine to just be one and done sometimes.
Yeah. In fact, it would have been more compelling if Last of Us was by itself, because then you have no idea how the future for that world is going to go.
Yeah.
And if they did do a sequel, you didn't need Joel or anyone in it. They should have. They could have done Last of Us 2, and it could have been someone else surviving the apocalypse and their story going through it.
Yeah.
That could have been interesting.
I feel like the apocalypse is a very ripe setting for storytelling, and people just typically go to the most basic stuff for it.
Yeah. I remember there was a great moment before the Walking Dead show totally went up its own ass.
Oh god.
And I don't know about in the
So you're talking
Well,
about,
two,
like,
right?
episode 2.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was this is pretty early, but it was the guy who fortified his house, and he would kill all these zombies, but there was one zombie he couldn't kill, and it was because it was his wife, and he
Yeah.
just kept having that hard moment, and then it finally comes where she's walking towards him, he's out in the open, there's no cover, and he actually has to make that call. He actually finally has to shoot her. So again, those are great moments. Shame that The Walking Dead got so full of its fucking self. Holy shit!
Yeah.
But
There's...
that's a powerful moment that didn't involve the main character. Air quotes main character.
Yeah. There's a lot of issues I have with seasons 1 and 2, but they're still far better than anything that came after. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
If anyone is interested in The Walking Dead, read the comics. The comics are actually pretty fucking good, at least up to the point I last read, which was quite a while ago, actually. But yeah.
Sometimes I do just want to turn my brain off and enjoy the ride of a silly adventure. But why does that always have to be framed like it's a bad thing?
Well, no, it's not a bad thing. So the problem isn't, oh, I want to turn my brain off and enjoy this thing. The problem is, well, it's a good thing if you turn your brain off. That's the problem. You shouldn't...
Yeah.
It's fine for you to turn your brain off, but you shouldn't need to turn your brain off.
Yeah. That shouldn't be a requirement for enjoying films. That should just be something where it's like, I want to watch something bad. I don't care if it's good or not. I just want to turn my brain off and watch some stupid shit unfold. That's fine. You could say that. Just say that. Just say that. But don't try to pretend that it's somehow this, oh, it's actually a hidden gem. It's so good. It's amazing. And everyone just can't see it.
Yep.
You just have to turn your brain off and you'll magically understand that it's actually good. And it's like, no, fuck off.
Well, you see, Pagan, if you turn your brain off, then Fallout 3 and 4 are actually masterpieces. Morbius is a masterpiece. The Last Jedi is a masterpiece. Thor Love and Thunder is a masterpiece if you turn your brain off and don't think about any of the problems with it.
Yep.
It's wrong to just enjoy a bad film if you don't acknowledge all of its flaws and preface every opinion with proof that you understand these.
Isn't it preface?
I've heard it. I genuinely, this one was I've heard both ways.
Really?
Yeah. I think preface just sounds better because preface is just like.
Yeah.
But I've genuinely heard it said both ways.
Okay, I've never heard preface before. It's for me, it's kind of actually like the tomato situation. I've heard people say that as a phrase. Oh, tomato, it doesn't matter. I'm like, who the fuck says tomato? And of course,
I know people that say tomato.
But what I'm getting at is I've never heard anyone actually say tomato before. Until I started listening to people on the internet. It's like, oh, so I guess that is a thing after all.
Yeah.
But yeah.
This is just one of those situations. Like I said, I've heard it both ways. It sounds weird. I think preface is way better sounding.
It does sound better.
But yeah, I've heard it not just from him. I've heard it from multiple other people before. So
you've never heard people say tomato correctly? I've always heard people say tomato correctly.
Tomato. Yeah, again, this is what I'm saying again. This seems more projection. That he's like, well, this is what I have to do. It's like, why do you have to do that? Why are you so insecure in your things? You don't need to preface anything. You just say, like, if people ask me, you watch a Postal movie? It's like, yeah, I did. I liked it. You're like, it's garbage. Like, oh, I agree, it's garbage, but I liked it. It was very fitting for Postal.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this does very much come across to me. It's just like, stop criticizing things.
Yeah.
Just a comment here in chat I want to grab. My mother has recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness. For the last couple of months, she's been in the hospital. I fear that I may not see her again. I am very sorry to hear about that. That is, that's something that's hard for anyone to go through.
Absolutely.
I hope you are able to see her again. Obviously, I hope for the best for you and her.
And even if it is her time, if it happens, you can take comfort in all the good memories and all the wonderful time you had spent together before. And you can take comfort in that they helped raise you to who you are.
Yeah. I do wish there was more that I could do, but unfortunately, that's the best I can do is, I guess, shout you out and wish for the best. I do truly wish for the best. I like seeing people succeed and do well in life.
Yeah.
Unless they're like an absolute piece of garbage, obviously, but it genuinely does make me happy when people are doing well, and it's unfortunate that stuff like this happens to people where they get these horrible diseases or stuff like that.
Yeah. And I enjoy bad people doing well and fucking their own reputation up. I enjoy watching them completely
Wow.
and perfectly destroy themselves.
Yeah, that's probably a topic for a different time, though.
Yeah.
I love watching people fuck themselves over and ruin their reputation on a Discord server that they're a part of and think they're smarter than everyone else.
Yes.
Just like a certain
See-
thing we were watching earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could be referring to a couple people there, but, yeah.
I think you know who I'm referring to, right?
Well, now I do, now that you mentioned earlier.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I do wish you all the best, Kiki Blair. Oh wow, I didn't expect a stag today. Hello, everyone. Yeah, the schedule has changed. I should maybe grab a simple calendar from Google and just, like, color in the days we'll be doing stags. Well, or the days we'll likely be doing stags, because the schedule is now Sunday, Monday, Sunday, Tuesday. Because it is just too much for me to work a 12-hour night shift, get a couple hours of sleep, and then do a 4 to 8 hour long live stream with that little sleep after a 3-day 12-hour a day work weekend. What the fuck is wrong with this video's title? There's no quote problem unquote with modern movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad thing. Like it's somehow wrong to just enjoy a bad film if you don't acknowledge all of its flaws and preface every opinion with proof that you understand these flaws. I feel
Well, this actually goes back to what we were saying earlier. Part of the enjoyment of a bad movie is the flaws.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. Morbius is entertaining for how ridiculous it is, and all the times he morbs out. Like unironically, it's the bad parts of Morbius that make it so entertaining. Now, maybe it could have been a genuinely good movie if these problems didn't exist, and they wrote things in a well-structured and entertaining way. But that's not what we got. And what we got is still entertaining because of how terrible it is.
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the whole point of people who watch The Room? Where it's like, yeah, this movie's fucking terrible, but that's why we love it.
Yeah, that's literally the example I gave earlier.
Yeah, it's oh god, that movie is so bad that it's good, and it's like, yeah, there are movies like that where it's so bad it's extremely entertaining. It's hard to say you didn't enjoy it, even though it's really fucking bad.
Yeah, Birdemic is
Yeah,
complete dog shit, but my god, is it a wild ride to actually watch?
What the fuck does enjoyment have to do with this? I'm not... I think he's just... It comes... I don't want to be too mean here, but it does sort of come across as crying about people being critical of the things he likes.
Yeah.
I enjoy this, so it bugs me that people are critical of it. Like, it's... Okay. That doesn't mean people shouldn't be critical about it, though.
Yeah.
And the other thing, too, is he's arguing that, oh, movies are supposed to be enjoyable. That is something that's entirely subjective.
Yeah.
So, like, we've referenced it before. Lord of the Rings is an amazing set of movies. There's people out there who don't like them just because they don't find them entertaining, or because they don't like fantasy or whatever else. That's fine.
Oh, we have an example. Nick Rekieta and Drexel. Nick Rekieta is like Lord of the Rings is a way better movie, book series, and everything than Star Wars. And Drexel's like, no, Star Wars is better than Lord of the Rings. That poll was funny as fuck because Nick was laughing his ass off. You are getting BTFO'd in this poll.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. If we were to take the best of Star Wars and put it up against Lord of the Rings, I still think I'd have to side with Rekieta that Lord of the Rings is better. Like, there are some great moments in the original trilogy. And the first two movies, at least, are written really well, and the third one's got some tism, but it's pretty good. They still just don't stack up to Lord of the Rings to me. I love the fuck out of them, but I don't know, Lord of the Rings is kind of the king.
Yep. Oh, here we go. The Room and The Godfather are my go-to examples when people say there is no objective criticism. If that were true, then people would say The Room is as good as The Godfather. People still like The Room, but The Godfather is objectively a much better movie. Yeah. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Godfather is a fantastic and just well-directed, well-shot, well-written movie. Holy shit. Godfather 2, I think, is just as good. Godfather 3, it's a bit rough, but, you know. Eh.
Here's one. What about educational movies? Are they focused towards entertainment? Probably not.
Yeah.
Because I pretty much consider movies and TV shows to be in the same bubble. Because they're just different formats of the same type of media. So when you start including like documentaries and educational shows, then okay, so not all those are going to be purely entertaining, depending on what I guess your definition of entertaining is. Because you know you're watching a documentary about, I don't know, Elvis or World War II or just whatever. It's not exactly a thing that's going to have you on the edge of your seat waiting for like the next plot twist. It's just something that you might find fascinating because of the historical relevance or information you may be learning. That's not necessarily entertainment unless you're the kind of person who considers learning about stuff to be entertainment.
Yeah. It's Godfather in time. The Godfather. The Godfather.
I do love how that's kind of been spreading out. Like that's kind of been a joke prior to Morbius, but it a lot of people just did its morbid time so much with Morbius that it's spreading out to other media or other shows and movies where it's like it's whatevering time.
It's palpin time.
Yes.
Step back, I'm gonna palp.
Step back, he's palping.
Well, as long as he's palping and not plapping. It's funny, just because plap doesn't even mean anything, it just sounds worse.
Oh, it means something in certain
it
communities.
does mean something in certain communities, yes.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
I'm
I'm afraid to ask.
Well,
you should
it's
be.
very simple. It's very simple. What is the sound that would be made from the act of coitus?
Okay, see, when I use, like, plapping, it's to describe a creature in a game that's walking around. It's making, like, a wet slapping sound against the ground.
Yes, exactly. A wet slapping sound.
Yeah.
Very appropriate.
We have the innocent one, and then we have the two degenerates. Because my mind did not go to that at all.
That's my fucking default. It's just like, oh yeah, it's like, fuck. Spike and Barley were playing a game where they're in like a well, and there's this like weird turkey creature. Funnily enough, a turkey creature just chasing them. It just makes this like wet plapping sound against the ground. And it's like, oh my god, he's plapping after me!
Oh god, it's so much worse. Exhumed legume as well. Oh, Creamy Sheep's done his share of plapping, seeing as he has offspring.
Oh my god.
This went in a different direction than I expected, and I feel a part of my soul leaving my body.
I feel like I pull an entire court case now just to talk about a movie. You literally just can't say something positive without giving a full analysis and playing devil's advocate anymore.
Well, no.
No.
The problem is people say stuff like, WandaVision was a perfect series. WandaVision was amazing. WandaVision showed what a real hero is. It's like, again, those are all positive statements, and they're all fucking Looney Tunes logic. That's the problem with these.
My favorite part about WandaVision is how the terrorist who kept an entire town hostage against their will and mind-controlled fucking everyone is treated as the hero at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do think it's
God.
fair to call her a fucking terrorist after what she's fucking done.
She is. She is. She's a terrorist, a kidnapper, a molester. Like, holy fuck. It is genuinely, she is an irredeemable person after WandaVision.
But no such, they won't understand what she gave up for them.
Oh, God. My favorite part of WandaVision was when she said, it's Wandan time.
I had to look at chat to make sure you didn't take that from chat.
Yes, molester. Not in the child sense or anything, but she's literally forcing these people to be together, to love each other and everything. That's not okay.
One of the points I like that people bring up often is, what about all the children who are, like, locked in their room for months?
Yeah. Oh, God. But the theme sets. The themes! Yeah.
I like this comment, too. And then she gets another movie for herself where they try to redeem her. And also, Doctor Strange was there, I think. In his own movie.
Yeah. Yeah. A bit part in his own fucking movie.
Speaking of, that might become relevant shortly.
Oh boy.
And need some type of essay-style justification. And if you dare say something positive about a film like Venom 2 or The Matrix 4, you simply have to make sure people understand that you know it's not perfect. Or else they'll just automatically assume that you don't understand, and it's irrefutably ridiculous to like things just for what it is.
So,
What?
I think part of the problem is that there are so many critics who will take a movie and just say, oh yeah, it is perfect, it is amazing. Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie ever. So, when people do see people talking positively about something that's pretty bad, they, I don't know, maybe think that that's what's happening?
Yeah. I mean, if you say like, I enjoyed Venom 2 so much. Is it Venom 2? I don't even know if it's Venom 2. I never
That's
watched
the one
the
you
first
mentioned.
Yeah, but I don't even know if there was a Venom 1 or if this is Venom 2. But if you say like, I liked Venom 2 so much, and the person goes, but it was really bad though, and it's like, yeah, again, you can just say, yeah, it was, but I liked it. That's all you need to say.
Yeah, you
You
don't
don't need to explain yourself from there.
Yeah, this whole I need to build a court case, I need to build a massive essay just to say I like a thing. It's just hyperbole.
Yeah, what I feel like instead this guy did is Venom 2 is such a good movie. I have a feeling that's what he's did, and he's conflating liking with good.
Yeah, because a lot of
Not
people do that now,
good
unfortunately.
not understanding that good is a statement of quality.
Because, right? Even with some of the
That skipped, so I'm just gonna...
perfect. Or else they'll just automatically assume that you don't understand, and it's irrefutably ridiculous to like things just for what it is. Because fuck opinions, right?
I mean, opinions are pretty fucking useless, just in general. You can hold somebody's opinion higher than others. Like, I would hold Andrew Branca's opinion on the self-defense case higher than some Joe idiot on Twitter.
Yeah.
But again, it's still his opinion. It's still Andrew Branca's opinion. He doesn't know exactly how the court case will go. He'll explain it in detail, in the autistic level of detail that I enjoy. But yeah, it's still his opinion of how things go, and as every good lawyer will tell you, doesn't matter how good your case is, there is still a 10% chance that the jury will just say fuck you for no reason, and you will never understand why they did it.
Even with best films of all time, we have to break them down to the bone and pick apart every single minuscule flaw and build it back up to its potential perfect version of the project. And compare...
What? Who?
I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone actually do this. I've seen people break down good movies and talk about them because they enjoy talking about the media they like. We've done that with fucking Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this show is really great. Let's talk about it. And, we go through each episode and it's like, well, we're talking about all the real good payoffs. But because we're going through the whole thing, it's like, yeah, this parts in this episode are a little weird. Like, I'm not too compelled by the whole space jizz attacking this town storyline.
Yeah.
But, this other thing is done pretty well. This duet is a really good episode, For all these reasons. Here's how they build everything up and make this really fucking compelling story about this guy who, in his own way, is trying to do the right thing.
Yep.
Space jizz? Yeah.
The town rock.
Okay, just to summarize it very quickly. One of the, I think it's a B plot in Season 1 episode Deep Space Nine.
It is.
The people were well, I know it's Season 1. I don't know if it's the B plot or not. A town was very divided once upon a time, and the leader of the town brought them together because the chaos that ensued by their division caused this creature that literally just looks like a giant fucking floating cloud of jizz floating through space would attack the town.
It wasn't actually by their division. That's the point of the new Syrah, is it's passed down that the secret is that this creature didn't exist until the original Syrah created it.
I know. I was just trying to explain that
Yeah, fair enough.
This thing just looks like space jizz. That's the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah. And it really does. It literally just looks like every generic make fluffy smoke model thing. It's really bad.
It's Kuman time. Space jizz cloud. Deep Space Nine.
Yep. Tyler, no! Kal-El, no!
Have you seen any of Filmento's Anatomy of a Failure episodes? I feel like that's someone we should maybe cover at some point.
Probably.
The 3 times EFAP has covered him has been fucking glorious. Like, goddamn. He's the person they covered who said, what was that recent movie with Chris Pratt and the aliens? The Tomorrow War. This is the guy who said the aliens from the Tomorrow War were comparable to the Vietnamese in the Vietnam War because they're this alien culture.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Because the Vietnamese were immune to bullets and shit like that.
It's just like, my dude, that's not the kind of thing you say.
Yeah. It's that just got so much dumber as it went on. That movie is just fucking awful. The entire premise is incredibly stupid. Like, we're gonna take people from the past to fight a war in the future, which completely fucks the entire timeline. But we're gonna ignore that.
I want to grab this comment too. That sounds racist. Yeah, because it kind of is. But I don't know why he would put that in his video.
But then what makes it so much worse is that it shows that the guns that they give them to fight the war aren't very effective, but then 50 cals are like these god weapons. It's like, well, we have a lot of 50 cals. What? Wait a minute. Oh, if we put the 50 cal on the vehicle, we can shoot the aliens real good. It's like, how did you not discover this before? What? What is happening?
Jesus, The Tomorrow War is one of the most aggressively retarded movies ever made. Concepts being literally dropped from a height... conscripts being literally dropped from a height in their civilian clothes to just die.
Yeah. No, I agree. The M2 Browning is just godlike in its design, but it's just so weird that this concept was like never like conceived by them at all. It's like, but we have a lot of 50 cals in our timeline and in the timeline of the past that you're showing. How did nobody figure this out before? What?
Just don't think about it.
Yeah, and I don't know why they didn't just warn the past that this was coming and like, hey, get ready for this. You'll completely avoid this future. Like, that alone destroys the entire movie's concept. The future should have come back and been like, hey, the future's kind of fucked by this alien race that's going to appear at this date and time. Have all these weapons ready. Bingo, done. You literally avoid the entire apocalypse.
Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah.
Compare this perfect version to the version of the film we have now. And then, and only then, are we allowed to say we actually like the film.
No.
No, you're not.
Point out a single fucking person who has done this, because I don't think even the craziest of critics have said anything like this. I've never seen it. It's certainly not a problem to the point where it's like worth even making this fucking video. It literally just comes across as someone upset that criticism exists.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have we had to deal with that now?
Quite a lot.
A lot, yeah. It's annoyingly common.
Now, he's already said perfect like 4 or 5 times now, right?
Yeah.
So we're quickly delving into Oxhorn territory for that one video. Because he said it like 15 times in a period of like 4 minutes at the end of his video.
Yeah.
So, God, how many times are we gonna have to hear perfect from this guy? I wonder if it's gonna get as bad as that.
All of the perfects, all the time.
Can't many videos come across on my YouTube homepage nowadays of people dogging on some fantastic films. Titanic was nearly a masterpiece.
Okay, definitely gonna need these on some fantastic films. Fantastic is a statement of quality, my dude. So, please, let us hope you provide example.
So, he also said dogging on films. It's like, okay, I think it's fair for people to talk about things that they're questionable about in a film. It's not saying, oh, the Titanic is terrible because Jack should have survived. It's like, oh, would he actually have been able to survive? Or is it proper that he died? Like, how would this actually have worked? Because if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with him assuming that he's dead anyways and they just let him fall into the water. Because maybe they just don't know if there was room on the door for him.
Yeah.
Because we sitting at home can like overanalyze it. The characters in that situation might not have the knowledge or the fucking scientific backing to be like, yeah, both of us can be up here and we should be good. Wasn't there a Mythbusters episode for the Titanic? Probably.
Damn, if only they were a couple hundred years sooner, they could have saved them.
Yeah.
There was enough room on the door for him, but the real question is, would the door still float under both their weight? No, I know that's the question, but the point I'm making is the characters in that moment don't know whether that was viable or not. They just assumed it wasn't, which is a fair assumption in that situation. He doesn't want her to die, so he's sacrificing himself so she'll live. It's pretty straightforward. And it's reasonable for people to question, well, could he have survived? I think that's also one of the things, too, people do if they're really invested in something as well. It's like, oh man, I'm really sad this character died in this way, because I got so attached to the character. Maybe he could have lived. And maybe even learning that maybe he could have and he still made that sacrifice makes it even more tragic. Like, there's so many variables to this. It's just like, I wouldn't call that dogging on the film because they're talking about what's feasible or possible or whatever. It just seems like a really petty and silly thing to complain about.
One flaw could have made it the best film of all time.
Okay, so did anyone actually say that that's a flaw? Again, it's more questioning, like, is it possible?
Yeah.
Go wind this back just a tad bit because he's starting to make another point there.
Age nowadays of people dogging on some fantastic films. Titanic was nearly a masterpiece, but this one flaw could have made it the best film of all time. Let's rewrite Inception, except this time, the ending has a new surprise twist. Here's the top 10 reasons why Avengers Endgame was not as good as people make it out to be.
Okay, so first of all, there are a lot of reasons why Endgame is kind of a piece of shit.
That last one. The other two, I'm like, okay, I can sort of see why that would be annoying, but the last one, it's like, nah, come on. That movie had problems. You can't say that it was...
So...
that it didn't.
That it's a fantastic film. You cannot...
Yeah.
Well, let's go...
Fantastic statement of quality.
Yeah. Let's go through these quickly. We already did the Titanic one, but that's just raising a question that people are genuinely curious about. The Inception rewrite one, that just sounds like fan theory stuff, like, well, what would have happened if we did X instead of Y? It's not, oh, this movie is terrible because they didn't do X instead of Y. It's like, haven't we done similar things? Like, what if something we like had done something a bit different and resulted in these other payoffs that would have been super meaningful?
Yeah.
I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but it's like, it just seems to me like fans doing what fans do. They're talking about a thing they love and theorizing about potential alternatives.
Well, we did it with the Halo show when I was talking about how I would rewrite the Halo show, like, especially if to do Reach, to set up Reach properly.
Yeah.
Like how I would have it, you maybe set up the first few episodes and everything like that. Just everything's normal, but you see the perspective from both the Covenant and humanity before they interact with each other. Then the disastrous meeting at Harvest that causes them to interact. And then as the episode ends, it shows like a board that just shows Harvest, and then it's like counting, like a bunch of numbers counting up, and you see it says casualties under the numbers.
Yeah.
And then as it zooms out more and more, you see more and more planets, and they all start counting up, but the nameplates aren't on there yet. They're like being worked on, and you see the top of the board. It says something like "Death Toll of the Human Covenant War" or something. And then at the bottom, you see a nameplate that's already been finished. Near the very bottom, you see a nameplate that's already done, and the numbers are already like skyrocketing on that nameplate because it's being calculated, and it says Reach. I think that would just be a great like foreshadowing of what's coming.
Well, not just that. That's the kind of thing you might do alternate intro, like you change the intro every episode type thing, where the numbers for Reach are maybe, 0 in episode 1, but by the time you actually get to Fall of Reach, that's when they start going up, too.
I don't know. I kind of like the fact that Reach was so devastating that, this is like a monument after the fact, and they're actually like counting all the dead, going through who was MIA and everything like that. And so like when you see Reach and you see all these other ones, none of them have started yet, but you see Reach is already counting and is already going by the thousands and everything, and it's like, oh fuck. And it just sets up in that foreshadowing in your mind of, well, we know what's going to happen. Which it's that whole thing of like, it was a famous quote of like, see a bunch of people sitting in a room and then a bomb explodes.
Oh, this is
versus
Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, versus you see a bunch of people sitting in a room, then you show the bomb.
Yeah.
And then you go back to the people sitting in the room. Now there's tension. Now you're anxious. You're worried.
Yeah.
And I would do the same thing of like people talking about how like they're being reassigned to Reach and stuff like that, and now you're worried because maybe that was one of your favorite characters. He's reassigned to Reach, and you've already seen from episode 3 or whatever. You've already seen Reach is on the board for casualties, and we know after Harvest that the Covenant literally glass all life off of a planet.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh,
honestly,
it's getting that anxiety and that tension built.
Yeah. Honestly, if I had the choice to, like, if I had the option to do a Halo show, I think the first 3 seasons would be prior to the Fall of Reach, and only for, like, the season 3 finales that you actually get the fall. And then for the next 3 seasons, you just do the next 3 games.
Yeah.
Halo 2 might actually be split into 2 seasons. But
I think that'd be interesting, because I think you could flesh out Halo 2 more to highlight the schism more so.
God, I would love to be in that timeline where we got a 7-season Halo show that actually went really fucking well into it and did the property service rather than, oh look, Master Chief is sad.
And I can see logical extensions of where Halo would go after Halo 3's ending. After all, the Covenant itself is in tatters, but they're still the Covenant. They're still member states and everything. Like, the Brutes are still in the Covenant. A lot of the Grunts are still with the Covenant. So I think that could be a fascinating thing of, like, maybe this new splinter faction with the Sanghali have to actually, like, go to humanity, or maybe they keep some ships around Earth to protect it, but obviously they're not trusted at all because they were part of the genocide war, and that just be tensions and slowly showcasing as humanity and the Sanghali come together to form a new alliance later.
Yeah. Back to the video though. Avengers Endgame was pretty dog shit. Like, there are a few good payoffs in that movie, but it's all built on trash, which is unfortunate.
And you can't get around a lot of the really bad implications of Captain America staying back in the past.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're just going to let all these terrorist incidents happen. You let 9/11 happen. You let Sokovia happen. You let all of this happen. You let Hydra rise and corrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. All of this is your fault. It's your fault now because you knew it was happening. You had all the evidence and you let it happen.
Yeah, you didn't do anything about it.
Oh God, yeah. That one scene destroys that entire movie and basically the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe all in one fell swoop.
Yep. And it definitely hasn't improved since then. I think the thing that saved Spider-Man was the fact that it was Sony. As weird as that is to say, considering how much crap Sony has made. But yeah. With No Way Home, at least they knew... Like, they did a lot of dumb things in No Way Home as well, but I feel it's a lot stronger for the, obviously the character moments. Seeing the other 2 Spider-Men was, really nice, and a bit of a redemption for Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, because his movies were kind of crap.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see where he's going with this.
And it's get it. You didn't like these movies as much as other people did. And commentary and critical analysis is perfectly fine. And
Doesn't sound like it.
Is it? It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like you have a major problem with it.
Also, again, he just said you didn't like these movies as much as other people. I don't see the first two examples you provided as people not liking those movies. What I can judge from the thumbnails and your description of them is, again, people looking into something that raises a genuine question and fan theorizing of what if X happened instead of Y.
Yeah.
The last one really was just people being critical of a bad movie.
Yeah.
helps betters and directors in their occupation to understand what the audience is looking for. Take Sonic's redesign, which genuinely did improve the feel and expression of the character. This was a solid, united critique that undeniably improved the film in a positive way. Watch that point go over people.
It was not a united critique because of people like you, so that you're not allowed to complain, and it's going to be different because it's a film adaptation, and they don't need to stay truthful to the source material at all. You're just constraining their creative freedoms. Like, it was not as united as you want to make it believe. It wasn't a unanimous decision where every single person did it. No.
Also,
thank God enough people did it, though, that it did change.
There's a really good comment here in chat, too. He's missing the point. It's not that people don't like it, in so much as they're just poorly written stories. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess he is conflating enjoying something for quality.
Yeah, he is. But even more than that, he doesn't understand that the criticisms will often come from a place of someone trying to enjoy it, or actually having enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Right? It's why fans can be so hard to please, because they genuinely enjoy the thing and they don't want to see it ruined.
Fallout!
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to cough there.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know what came over me. I just,
Yeah, sorry, I had to...
It just happened. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a tickle in my... Star Trek! Yeah. God. Oh, God.
Yeah, it might be contagious, because I think, Star Wars! The entire Marvel Cinematic Universe!
Are you telling me that there's an entry into Phase 4 that might not be perfect?
Oh, God. What I'm telling you is there's entries in Phases 1, 2, 3, and 4 that might not be perfect.
Yeah. There are some entries here and there that are pretty good, though, but, I don't know, I feel the bad far outweighs the good.
Yeah, there's the good one. Postal 3.
Doesn't Running with Scissors make fun of,
Oh, relentlessly. There is an Easter egg in Postal 2, Paradise Lost, where you break into a guy's house who hasn't been heard of for a while, and he's literally hung himself swinging from the rafters. Jesus, rafters.
Get lizards off your brain!
No. He's swinging from the rafters with a Postal 3 shirt on, and he's got Postal 3, like, posters everywhere, and the Postal 3 game disc is on the table, and it shows that he was playing it, and he had a crashed desktop that corrupted his saves. And it's like, fucking savage!
$5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. What are his worst takes so far? I lost interest, so I missed most of the stream. Well, it has basically come down to, I don't like people being so critical of things because I guess it ruins my enjoyment.
Yeah.
That's very much what it comes across as to me. Just making sure, doing a wellness check for Pagan. Are you still alive?
I am still awake.
Just making sure. Just making sure, because
Well,
I know you had some issues with this video too.
Yeah.
Well, we knew you were still awake, Peyton, because we didn't hear.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, my grandmother actually just walked in here and was checking. She was like, "I thought you were asleep." I
Oh.
was like,
Wow.
no, I am not."
$2 from
Yeah.
Zikos. Thank you. Sorry. Call of Duty.
Yep. Yep.
I've actually never played the Call of Duty. Like, not really. I played a bit of one of them, and I was just like, just never into it.
As Kurt says, Postal 4 has a cafe that has a song playing about how bad their food is, but it's still better than Postal 3. Yep. And Postal Brain Damage actually has a game convention center that's also a furry convention going on at the same time because it's Postal, obviously. And you
So
go
you're
down
saying
to the
bring
toilet.
napalm.
There's the napalm launcher. So you go down to the toilets, and there's a toilet. All the toilets are marked with the Illuminati symbol, except for one that has 3 on it. You open the door, and it's the Postal 3 game booth, and the game is literally sitting in shit in a toilet and everything.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
They certainly have some feelings towards that game.
Yep. Oh, Vince actually makes a cameo in the Postal movie, by the way, and it's fucking fantastic. That's all I'll say.
Nice.
People's heads as this video goes on, but today, it's like films can't exist without that. Commentary used to just be an additional way to enjoy something. Now, it feels downright mandatory. And if you're not on board, you just don't understand what a good film is, right?
What?
How does it feel mandatory? This sounds like a you problem to me.
Yeah.
It's
what
weird.
It sounds like is that he watched something and then sought out validation for his feelings.
Yeah.
And now he's inflated that because you used to be able to do that easily. Now there are people being critical of it all the time.
No, this sounds like he's just kind of projecting the problem he's having upon the world.
Yeah. God, okay, I'm sorry, this is just gonna be this is literally gonna be a 3-second tangent, but I found one of my old Arby's order sheets.
Uh-oh.
And I just looked at it for a second, and I had to do a double take. Employee that took this order taker. Nice. 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 Yeah, just nice.
That's an interesting name.
Yeah, order taker. Get back to work, peasant.
Somewhat unrelated, but it has to do with names. I just find this amusing because, obviously, but I worked with a Nigerian guy named Prince. That was years ago, though, but he was a cool dude.
Did he understand, the meme-ness of his name?
We never brought it up, because, I mean, you kind of don't want to go there at work, you know?
Fair, but it's just one of those things where it's like, I know a Nigerian prince. It's like, you do. Oh, God.
Right? The fights in Shang-Chi? Tell me you've never seen a good martial arts film without saying you've seen a good martial arts film. It's like, really?
Wait, say that again? I need to see, because, the fighting in Shang-Chi is terrible. But I need to hear how he said that, because I think he fucked up his own thing.
You just don't understand what a good film is, right? Oh, you like the fights in Shang-Chi? Tell me you've never seen a good martial arts film without saying you've seen a good martial arts film.
You fucked up your own joke, you idiot!
How do you fuck that up? It's simple. Tell me you've never done X.
Same thing again.
Tell me you've never done X without telling me you've never done X.
Yeah. How did you fuck that up? That's why I'm like, I have to go back and hear that again because I'm pretty sure he fucked that up. Yeah, he fucked it up. You said
that sounded weird to me when I previewed this at like 4 a.m. or whatever it was, and that's why it sounded weird to me because I missed that.
Yeah, dude, he's like, tell me you've never X'd without telling me you've never Y'd. It's like, what?
No, it's not even that. Tell me you've never X'd without telling me you've X'd.
Yeah. Oh. It's just fucking oh. Oh, and everybody that's in my community that watched the Raid series with me, which is Raid Redemption and Raid 2, you've seen what good fucking martial arts look like.
My favorite raid was the third one, Shadow Legends.
I will slap the shit out of you.
The opportunity presented itself. I had to make the stupid joke.
Yeah, again, so the way he should have said this to make this work, tell me you've never seen a good martial arts movie without telling me you've never seen a good martial arts movie.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, dude, you fucked it so hard.
Again, we don't know the context of what he said about Shang-Chi, too, because was it, oh, I like Shang-Chi, or was it, this is a good movie with good fight scenes? Because if you said the fight scenes were good in Shang-Chi, then it makes sense for people to say, tell me you've never seen a Kung Fu movie, without telling me you've never seen a Kung Fu movie.
Yeah.
Because then it would make sense, because it's like, there's a lot of really good choreographed Kung Fu movies, and if you compare them to the fight scenes in Shang-Chi, it's like, yeah, there's probably no contest.
Mm-hmm. Technical dude, such slaps Creetosis. This is politically motivated violence. You're a fucking owl.
Jackie Chan's a good martial artist, and the movies aren't always martial arts movies. Yeah. Just watch Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan and sit down. Shang-Chi was garbage. Yep. My late brother was a martial arts fanatic. He made sure he watched the really great shit. Nice.
Yeah.
Kuro is a nice guy, but the way he is representing the other side of the argument is annoying. Yeah, see, that's the thing, too, is we typically go into these videos with the best faith on the other person. Maybe not necessarily best faith, but we assume the other people that we're covering are decent people. Like the guy who did that Halo video, the one that ended up showing up in chat, he seems like a good dude. It's just that in his video, he made some really fucking disingenuous arguments. And that very much feels like the case here. It feels like this guy, probably a good dude from what I can tell. It's just he's making some really shit arguments.
Well, and then it was Installation 00, and even as he himself said later in another video, he said he doesn't want to do the critical thing anymore because he can't be objective about it. He's too close to it. You know, he doesn't feel like he'd be fair to it without being disingenuous and everything. It's like,
and that's respectable.
That is incredibly respectable. Somebody that knows that, hey, this grift, this game ain't for me. You know, I'm gonna stick in my lane. I'm gonna do what I do because people clearly like what I do. It's like, yeah, you know, honestly, people like what you do. Do it. It's that whole thing of like, you know, respecting the grift. He knows now what his lane is. He knows what he's capable of, and he's going to stick with that now. It's like, yeah, you know what? I appreciate the fact that you were honest. With your community and with yourself, that you were enough to admit that, yeah, I'm not good at doing this, so I'm just gonna do what I am good at doing. God, the world would be such a better place if more people could do that.
Yeah. I am a little sad we didn't get to debate him though, because we actually would have gotten a debate with a decent person for once. Oh, that would have been so nice, but unfortunately, he. Are
you telling me you're not satisfied with the other debate you had?
Believe it or not, no.
Well,
Honestly, I found it pretty
am
satisfying to
thoroughly
read
satisfied.
through because you guys won at the opening arguments, and it's just, oh god, that's so good. Like,
we won it. We won it. The curtains drew back, and the opening statements to the court were read, and then it was over. He ass blasted himself into oblivion.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
great.
It was literally the equivalent of like a court case starting, and then like during the introductions, once it got to him, he just jumped on the fucking table and shit on the judge's desk, and it's like, okay, it's like court adjourned. It's like it was literally as simple as that. We were just like, okay, it's like that's it then.
It was
It was-
fascinating seeing someone torch their own reputation in someone else's community so fucking fast.
Instantaneously too.
Instantly.
It's funny. It's like he picked up a gun and he's like, and I only could have used this gun if it was loaded. And if it was loaded, it would be really dangerous to point it at my head and pull the trigger.
You have to turn the safety off.
I love that. Actually, the safety's there on the side thing, and then he starts fiddling with it, and he's actually pointing the gun at his head. No, don't do. You college kids gotta be more careful.
God, even before the debate started, people were fucking roasting him because he was saying shit like, well, you don't need to actually like, play the whole game to make an analysis on something, and everyone was like, yes, you do.
Analysis.
Yes.
An in-depth analysis.
Yeah, an in-depth analysis, and everyone was like, yes, you do. Even fucking
And then
Patrician was like, yes, you do.
And then he demands an authoritative source, and then once he gets it, he tries to fucking weasel out of it. Well, if I do
that's
this,
the loaded gun I was talking about.
yeah.
Oh. So to give exact context to this, he said, maybe if you have an authoritative source, by something by the name of, I don't know, Webster or something, maybe then I would actually believe you. So then the moderator for this debate went and got the Webster definition of in-depth and brought it into the chat and literally like copy pasted from Webster what it says, and then this retard spent his entire time. It wasn't even to our second point yet. Our rebuttal of his points. We didn't even get to that point. He spent his next like several posts arguing against the fucking authoritative source he demanded.
Yeah. God, it was so fucking funny and stupid at the same time. It's just,
The
I couldn't
man,
believe it was real.
Oh god, yeah.
the man who has only ever taken L's can not take an L.
Yeah. Oh Jesus Christ. It was funny as fuck.
Yeah, it was good.
It's really? This is what we're doing now?
Uh-oh.
Okay. What do you mean, really? This is what we're doing now? It's like we need the context of what you said to accurately see if that comment that you got was even relevant, or if it was dumb for someone to say that.
Yeah. Because again, if you said the action scenes in Shang-Chi were amazing, amazing is a statement of quality. And yeah, people are going to push back against that. If you say, I like the action in Shang-Chi, well, people can ask why. They can't say you're wrong, they can just ask why. And it's like, it worked for me. It's literally all you got to say.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. The conversation done.
I love how Setch just looked at the title and went, nah.
I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
The moment I saw this come up.
That's kind of why I was laughing earlier at bringing up Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Gets cast as Mr. Fantastic in Doctor Strange 2 due to the internet's fan demand for his casting. And then Marvel gives the people what they want, and next thing you know, everyone's ripping it to shreds. The costume wasn't 100% perfect. His role was too small.
Again, it's not about it being perfect.
It just looks kind of crap. I think people are like, oh, you've been given what you want. You've gotten the actor playing him that you wanted. You should be happy. It's like, no, people... Okay, so... I don't know why this needs to be explained, but if people want something to be good and it's not, I think they have the right to complain. Like, sure,
Yeah.
they got their fan casting. That doesn't mean everything about it is gonna, like, just naturally be good. What if they had written Mr. Fantastic to literally be a drooling retard who, he talks like this all the time? Like, I think people would be pretty fucking justified to be annoyed by that and to criticize that. If the costume looks like shit, which, judging by this image, yeah, it doesn't look that good, I think they're in the right to say, yeah, that doesn't look good.
Yep.
Like, this just sounds so fucking petty to me. Oh, you got the fan casting you want, so it should be... You shouldn't complain about it at all. Okay.
It's just so... It's... Like, here's a great example. Ryan Reynolds wanted to be Deadpool so bad that he agreed to go into that god-awful Wolverine movie to play Deadpool there. And what do? They sew his fucking mouth shut.
Yeah. And that's another thing, too, is if that's something fans have been demanding, I think they'd be pretty justified for saying, what the fuck, they sewed his mouth shut. In fact, fans do complain about that in the first place, because why the fuck would you do that? But...
Yeah, the one thing Deadpool is most known for, his constant fucking shit-talking and
smart-assery.
breaking antics. Yeah. And you get rid of both of them.
Yeah. To turn him into a dumb fucking evil monster at the end.
Yep.
Lord Hank of House Hill, member for 6 months. Thank you. Congrats on the dub. You've proven that owls are better than turkeys. Well, we already knew that, but, you know. Thank you.
Yep, one of his titles is Mark with a Mouth. Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
I love that he actually... He despises that casting so much that he does a joke in Deadpool 2 where he sees himself as Ryan Reynolds reading the script and he shoots himself in the head. So he won't be in the Wolverine movie. 'Cause I gotta take care of something. Hold on, babe.
$10 from Lord Hank of House Hill. Thank you. Also, have you seen Super Rat's New Vegas retrospective? Aside from the political takes in it, it's a good video in my opinion. I haven't watched it yet.
Yep. Haven't seen it.
I'll be honest, I'm not too interested in checking it out. But, yeah, it's there.
People what they... And next thing you know, everyone's ripping it to shreds. The costume wasn't 100% perfect. His role was too small. He's allegedly the smartest man alive, but told Wanda how to defeat Black Bolt. Come on already.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking dumb.
Yeah. And like, he's saying, come on already. I kind of want to hear what this point's going to be.
Oh, we'll get to that, but also...
Oh, it was the Green Lantern movie script? I thought for sure it was the script for, at least I remembered. I guess I edited in my mind the script for the Wolverine one where he took that role.
But anyways, yeah, there's another mention of perfect, so... I wish we'd be keeping count, because I think we could have a counter up at this point for how many times he's fucking said perfect.
Yep.
Percent perfect. His role was too small. He's allegedly the smartest man alive, but told Wanda how to defeat Black Bolt. Come on already. Reed was clearly trying to give Wanda the benefit of the doubt and reason with her because in his perspective, that was the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do. It's reasonable to tell someone who you're trying to reason with who is potentially an enemy to you, and that Doctor Strange has warned you about. It's reasonable, it's the right thing to do to tell her how to defeat one of your fellow Illuminati members.
Yeah.
What?
A person that's on your team, a person that you want to see go home at night. Like, but you're telling them, hey, here's where he sleeps. Here's a gun. And here you can go shoot him.
Here's where he sleeps, so you can pull out a lightsaber and kill him in his sleep.
Yeah, that's the complete. Like, do you understand how fucked this is, my dude?
Hey, this is my friend Superman. His weakness is kryptonite. Oh, okay. I'll just go get some magic space rocks to fucking kill him.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like if Batman was talking to Lex Luthor and said, "By the way, this is Superman. You see, I'll show you can trust us. His weakness is this green glowing rock called kryptonite."
This is Superman, also known as Clark Kent, by the way.
Yeah. works at the Daily Bugle.
Black Bolt is right there. Why did they just have him tell her? They should have.
Yeah.
It's reasonable to have one of your teammates killed because reasons. Yeah.
Yep. This is Superman. He's got my back. He's got eye lasers that can melt through anything.
Imagine if their protocol was to kill anybody that seemed like a threat. But if there's one thing, one critique that seems to be dominating everyone's opinions lately, it's the alleged cameo problem.
Oh, here we go. So, no one is saying that they should kill anyone on sight who they think is a threat, but maybe not tell a potential threat how to defeat your entire team.
Yeah.
Like, first of all, the fact that she was able to defeat them all is a little bit bullshit. At least in the way that it was done. But, fucking telling her a weakness... Well, is it even a weakness? Should Black Bolt's head have even exploded from that?
Yeah, I don't know. Uh-oh. You okay,
Yep,
Bree?
Yep, I was just taking care of something.
Oh, yeah, I see, yeah.
But at the end of the day, is it really a problem? Wreck-It Ralph 2, Endgame, Space Jam 2, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, even extending it to video games like All-Star Brawl and Multiverses.
So, you can already see how fucking disingenuous this point is.
Yeah, again, some of these are ensemble, and, like, that's intentional. It's like the Avengers having the Hulk show up and Hawkeye show up and everything like that. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the point of the Avengers movie. But you have all these movies where people just randomly show up out of nowhere for no reason whatsoever just to have a cameo and be like, oh my god, did you see Aquaman? What?
Well, it's not just that, it's, fuck, was it Boba Fett Season 2 that did this thing where it's like, now Boba Fett is gonna meet Luke Skywalker, and now he's gonna meet Ahsoka, and now he's gonna meet, there's some other character, Boba Fett. Of course, Boba Fett did lead into his own show that had his own sort of set of cameos, I guess, but, the fact that it is done in a key-jangling way a lot of the time, it's not that Avengers Endgame was key-jangling because it made sense for those characters to be there. But it is kind of key-jangling when you're like, oh yeah, Mando, the Mandalorian, he's gonna meet Ahsoka for 5 minutes because, I guess, here's a character that people love.
Yeah. And again, like, it's another thing with, like, he's also conflating product placement in this as well.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, product placement, it when it's obvious, it's annoying. Like, product placement in what was the modern American Godzilla movie, where Godzilla had babies.
Yeah.
And it was Pepsi. It's Pepsi everywhere.
It also feels disingenuous to me to bring in those video games because it's like, oh, Smash, he didn't mention Smash, but it's the same deal. Smash has all these characters from all these different properties. Isn't that cameo fan pandering. So it's like, no, not really. Like,
no, because it's literally that's the entire point of the thing is all these different franchises coming together to fight each other. It's the same thing with Capcom versus Marvel.
You know,
it's like it's not pandering to bring more Capcom people in and more Marvel people in. That's not pandering at all.
I'm going to need Setch to mute himself again for a moment because I'm going to spoil another thing from Morbius. Okay, at the end of Morbius, there's 2 post-credit scenes that involve the Vulture from the Spider-Man movies. And he just kind of, oh yeah, now he's in the Morbius world. And then the second one is like, oh, you're Morbius, it's good to meet you. I don't know why I'm in this world. I think it has something to do with Spider-Man. And then it ends. It's like, why the fuck was that even there? That was a dumb fucking cameo.
Yeah, that was retarded. I was super confused when we were watching that. I was like, what? What was that?
Yeah. I'm going to tell
I didn't even understand.
I'm going to tell Setch to unmute now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, you bring him in for, what, 5 seconds? It's really dumb. How did he get his armor in this world? I don't know. Just go with it. Just go with it. Oh no, he's not unmuting. Uh-oh, we've lost Setch! Rest in peace, we hardly knew ye.
Oh god, Dirk posted something.
Oh no. Oh wait, is this in the other chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I just had to spoil a really dumb cameo that was in Morbius, and yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
But without spoiling anything, he shows up for what, 20 seconds? It's like, why? Why is this even here? You're literally just doing this because it's related to something else. That's what people have a problem with. And it's how a lot of these post-credit scenes go now with these fucking Marvel movies, where it's like, oh, get excited for the next thing. Oh, you know what? Fucking Mandalorian Season 2 ended that same way. It's like, yes, now Boba Fett is going to come in and kill Bib Fortuna for, I guess no reason. And now he is the crime lord. And get ready for the Boba Fett show.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fucking lame. The problem isn't that these characters are coming in. It's that these characters are coming in for obviously key jangly reasons.
Yeah.
Because I do think it would be... there's a potential interesting story for Boba Fett to interact with, like, Luke Skywalker and Han Solo. Isn't there, like, a set of comics or books where Han Solo and Boba Fett actually are on good terms? And I don't know if they're actually friends or not, but, like, they work together? Because, hey, there's no longer a bounty on you, and I'm not holding a grudge against you.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I thought I have heard that exists, but that's the point, that you can have these characters interact in ways that make sense within the world and just aren't key jangling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Simply need to see characters cross over and interacting. And even if the premise is a bit exhausted now, it's fun to point out the characters you recognize in media. Even if it's not done to its fullest capability and they utilized every possibility of what it would be like if these worlds interacted. People mock the idea of enjoying cameos, like, oh, they just put in that character so that you can go, wow, did you see that guy? Remember that guy? So cool. Well, yes, that's true.
Yeah, and do you understand how, like, lame that is? You understand how, like, condescending that is?
Like, especially when the rest of the show is shit, and then they just expect this one little cameo in the thing to just draw in everybody. Like, oh, that's all you need.
You mean like
it's fine that everything else is shit.
Mandalorian was shit, but I remember Boba Fett.
I remember Luke Skywalker. That was really the big one.
ATST, I'm gonna come.
That was really the big thing with Season 2 of Mandalorian is, yeah, it was fucking garbage. It was obviously garbage. But then, oh my god, there's a Jedi with a green lightsaber walking through this place with a dark cloak, killing all the death bots. I forget what their names are. I don't really care. He's killing all the death bots, and he pulls down his hood, and oh my god, it's a Luke Skywalker! He appeared for 7.2 seconds! I'm gonna come! It's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
He's up all the Dark Troopers! The Dark Troopers!
It's so pathetic.
God, yeah.
Like,
Jesus, I really hated the one in the fucking Boba Fett show, though, where they showed Luke Skywalker and just turned him into a fucking asshole.
My favorite part of the Boba Fett show is where it's like, oh yeah, Luke, the person who brought Darth Vader back to the light, was the person who embraced his emotions and used them because he's a good person. He's suddenly gone back to the old Jedi way of, yeah, emotions are terrible, fuck off.
Yeah, so
it's
fucking
like,
stupid.
It's antithetical to what Luke is, and to what the original trilogy was all about. In fact, what the original trilogy and the prequels were all about, because that's... Maybe it's just my interpretation, but it very much seems like the whole problem with the Jedi is that they did cut themselves off from emotions and feelings. It treated them like a bad thing. You had to be this like neutral monk. And that's what led to Anakin's rise, is because he was afraid... Sorry, to Darth Vader's rise. Because Anakin was afraid that he'd get in trouble for falling in love with someone, for having feelings. And then Luke proves that, yeah, feelings are important in the original trilogy. It's what redeems Vader. It's what saves his own life, saves the rebellion, defeats the Emperor.
Nah, that's lame. That's gay. That's gay shit. We don't talk about that.
That's gay shit. That's gay shit. Baby Yoda, you can either pick the lightsaber or pick the full armor. If you pick the armor, not only do you go back to Mando, but I'm not even going to drive you back there. I'm going to send R2 with you.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up all that shit too. I was literally just about to be like, okay, small child, will you take the chainmail with sentimental value, or will you take the lightsaber and continue your training? Oh, you want the sentimental item? Get the fuck off my planet. I'm not even gonna escort you. Just go to this random desert planet. I don't even care if it's Luke that finds you. Some random woman walks up to the ship and takes you. Fine, I don't fucking care. Get the fuck off my planet, you little piece of shit. How dare you choose emotions over me? Fuck you. Get off my planet.
Yeah.
It almost comes across as like a Family Guy skit where like
it does.
He picks the wrong one and Luke just goes, "Wow, what a fucking loser you are. Get off my planet, you loser." And then you know, Mando picks up Baby Yoda, he's on Tatooine and whatever, and Luke just shows up in a speeder. You're a loser, you're a quitter, and then just drives off. That sounds like... Obviously that doesn't happen in the show, but that sounds like the Family Guy joke equivalent of what happens.
He just rolls up. You're a phony. You're a big fat phony.
Yeah, exactly.
Did we want to... Lord Hank of House Hill had a super chat.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
We really got into that Star Wars discussion because goddamn does that piss me off.
It just pisses me off so much. Oh.
$5 from Lord Hank of House Hill. Thank you. I almost forgot. This was mentioned in the dub stream yesterday, but I must be out of the loop. What did Veroza do? If it's okay to talk about, of course. So, Veroza was one of the people being sued by Isertard, along with me, Sid Alpha, Enclave Emily, Echo Wilder, Sophian P, and Rogue Internet Man. How can I forget Rogue? Goddamn. Rogue is a good guy. At one point, Veroza just kind of like fucked off and called everyone losers and said they're not a part of this anymore, even though like you can't just exit a lawsuit like that when you're being sued. But whatever.
Yeah.
She talked shit about Sid Alpha and I think the rest of us. Yeah. She wasn't happy with her name being used for fundraising for defense of the lawsuit, where it's like, okay, you're mentioned in this because you're part of it. The legal fund is to help you too.
Yeah,
But
it doesn't
then-
change the fact that she's a part of the lawsuit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Saying I don't want any part of this doesn't, like, what a fucking hack that would be if you could just say, okay, you know what, I'm being sued, I don't want to be, and just, that's it, that's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was basically
even-
just mad
Even more
that
than that.
we were even bothering to do anything. They were like, she was basically like, oh, you guys should just roll over and get sued.
Not only that, but you should just ignore him. Nothing bad will happen if you just ignore him and don't do anything about it. And she was saying that by actively trying to punish Acer Thorn, people were being moral fags. Like, literally said that word for word.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Rose is just a piece of shit of a person. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Not a good person.
Yeah.
It was really annoying going through that shit. You guys should just lay down and let him sue you. Who cares if he false DMCA's all your channels all the time? Just ignore it.
Yeah.
Let YouTube deal with it. They always do such a good job.
Yeah. They're like, oh, people are taking Acer Thorn too seriously. I just want lolcows to be funny. It's like, yeah. It's what you call peak retardation.
Mm-hmm.
And Verosa is like the fucking queen of the retards. And their mods are also completely bananas shit. Her entire community is about as autistically retarded as you can imagine.
I'm gonna sue you. No, Dr. Manhattan explosion scene. And I'm just thinking of the other one, the fucking meme one of like, so I'm gonna sue you. No, fuck off. No.
My favorite version of that is still, it's so sad Steve Jobs died of ligma. What the hell is ligma? Lick my balls.
Yeah, but it's even funnier when it's so sad Steve Jobs died of ligma. Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
Oh yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Ligma
Fuck, I ruined it.
balls.
Yeah. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Lick my balls.
There's a Half-Life version of that, and it is
Yes.
fucking amazing.
Yeah,
No,
especially
fuck off.
because Eli falls to his knees. No.
That's not how
God,
the
I
joke
should
goes, Cree. I know, I fucked it up. It's been a while since I've heard it.
Yeah.
Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Lick my balls.
Yeah, there you go, guys. So now you're up to date on the Verosa situation. I did find that funny. That
Who the
Rose-
fuck is my Rosa? Lick my balls.
oh god.
Anyways, we're about halfway through this video. We're actually making pretty good time through this video.
Yeah.
I did remember that guy
Hold on, let's just wind it back.
character so that you can go, wow, did you see that guy? Remember that guy? So cool. Well, yes, that's true. I did see that guy. I did remember that guy. And I did think it was cool. Why?
So, you're just buying into the obvious bait then. You're clapping for the key jangling.
Yeah. Again,
I mean, I suppose it's fine if you want to clap for the key jangling, but most of us have standards.
yeah. Having standards means that when they do this kind of thing, it shouldn't be an automatic like seal like yeah.
And that's what a
Okay,
lot of people
clap.
did with the Luke Skywalker cameo in Mando.
Oh yeah, that pathetic beta male that cried and everything. Oh my god, it's Luke! It's like
Which one
oh,
are you
Jesus
talking about?
Christ.
Because there is one person who, they had like cancer or something, and Star Wars helped them through it. Well, or I should say helped them through it. It's a thing they attached themselves to, which he
no,
has
I'm talking
that.
about the podcast of the guy who was like always wearing the Star Wars hats and everything.
I'm not sure who that is off the top of my head.
It was one EFAP specifically pointed out.
Okay,
how
yeah,
sad it was.
I think that was the cancer guy.
Well, sorry you got cancer, and I'm glad I helped you through it, but that is pathetic. That is some beta male shit right there.
Really channeling rags there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a bit silly that I think that someone could be taken in so easily. Like, legit, no offense to the guy, but like, it's obvious what they are doing, and
Yeah, especially because they had him like pose and everything. It's like everybody in that room should have been like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Yeah.
Would have been more logical.
Who? Rich Evans? No, Rich Evans doesn't have cancer. He has AIDS.
Oh my god.
Why do we phrase these things as if it's a bad thing? Why the hell do films like Space Jam 2 get bogged down as if they're supposed to be anything other than what they are? They're not trying to make revolutionary cinema. They're not.
You don't.
Wait. Well, one, why aren't they?
Well, nothing has to make revolutionary cinema. You can just make a movie for the sake of making a movie. But like,
Yeah,
it comes back to my argument for. It comes back to my argument from earlier. If you're gonna make something, why make it shit?
Yeah, why didn't they try? They had the budget. They had a big budget. This wasn't like a student film or an indie thing where the budget was tight. So like, we're just gonna tell the story we want to tell. We're gonna make it as to the best capabilities we can. If you have this much of a budget, why didn't they try to shoot for the moon? Why did they settle for this dog shit?
I actually didn't see Space Jam. I was just talking more generally.
No, I'm talking as well, generally.
Okay.
Like, when you get a big feature film budget movie, it doesn't have to be Space Jam 2. It's anything. Why didn't Miss Marvel try to be revolutionary? Why didn't Morbius try to be revolutionary? You've got the budget. That budget can get you all the talent you would ever want.
Well, why didn't Thor: Love and Thunder try to be more revolutionary?
Yeah.
Why? They had the budget, so why? Why? Why?
No, we don't know if Morbius would have been worse if they tried. We don't know that. You can't make those type of statements.
So, if alternate realities actually exist, then there's one out there where Morbius was actually a really good fucking movie.
Yeah, where it was literally the best Marvel movie.
Yeah.
Like, just by saying there's alternate realities, there is one of those alternate realities where Morbius is the best of the Marvel movies.
He becomes the new Iron Man or Captain America in terms of, like, popularity and how well people know him and like the character.
Yeah.
That's just funny to think about.
No. I'm not talking about... Okay, doubling the movie budget doesn't mean double the revenue. That's not what I'm fucking talking about. I'm talking about they don't have the restrictions that a smaller team would. So why aren't they trying? Honestly, it's because they're getting fucking lazy and they're just checking boxes. They're literally doing the thing that this guy said in the start wasn't going to happen and never will happen. It's like, oh, well, people will just go watch it anyways. Oh, well, people will just clap anyways. Oh, if we just show Luke Skywalker and he does a little pose, everybody will just be happy anyways.
Yeah, that's why I said this video didn't age well, and then we found out that it was literally in May of this year, so...
Yeah, so this guy just doesn't pay attention at all what's going on.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be from, like, a couple of years ago, but no, it's literally from this year.
Not the boundaries of storytelling. It's literally just a goofy movie meant to throw some characters together with a loose plot to tie it all together, and that's fine. But
I don't think anyone really complained that much about this movie. It was mostly just kind of a weird, but why'd you even make it? What was the point? Like, why did you make Space Jam 2?
The point is, the original Space Jam is, I guess, a beloved movie, and if not, it's at least memed on a lot, so why not make another with a fucking weirdo activist instead of a cool basketball player?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
In fact, that's the one thing I did hear criticism against the new Space Jam movie. It's like, why the fuck would you bring LeBron James in?
Yeah, that was a big criticism, because it was like, oh, you're going to bring him on here. After everything he's said and done, you're going to bring
the guy who
him.
Supports child slavery. Yes.
Yeah.
Bring him in.
It's like, okay. Like, didn't help that, you know, there was already a lot of stuff going on around about, you know, like Disney and all that shit and what China was doing, and then they just decide, oh yeah, well let's do LeBron James and put him in this, and it's like
I want to point out a comment here in chat. Space Jam, despite its flaws, was a fun movie. Because that's literally in the thumbnail. Stop saying despite its flaws.
Yep.
Space Jam with LeBron James was shit. I meant the original. I like how he had to correct.
Yeah.
The Suicide Squad proves this guy wrong. Yeah, that was another movie that had some very, like, pretty good character moments and stuff, but there's a lot of, like, derp and tism in the plot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great character moments like, Control, the Weasel is dead. I repeat, Weasel is dead. Wait, nobody checked if he could fucking swim before this operation?
I think Weasel is still my favorite character from that movie. Like, no memeing, just the way he goes all the time. It's just great.
Yeah.
What is this thing? Is it a werewolf? I'm sitting next to a werewolf? What the fuck? Get me out of here! No, he's a weasel.
It's not a werewolf. He's a weasel. Nobody told me about werewolves. Motherfucking werewolf on this goddamn plane. It's like, he's not a werewolf. Stop. And then, of course, continuing the joke, another character goes, wait, he's a werewolf? No!
What was the one joke where I can't remember exactly?
I think I know. It's in the same scene, right?
I believe so. It's the one where I think one of them says something like, is he dangerous or something? And then they make a comment about him killing like several kids or something.
Like
yeah,
30 plus kids or something.
Is he dangerous? No. Well, he did kill 21 children, but he's safe. I thought you were going to the other one where it's like, I forget what his name is. What character's name is like an abbreviation? Detachable Arm Kid or something? It's like, your name is DAK. Your name is letters. All names are letters.
Yeah, all names are letters. Yeah, that was a good one. I died at that one.
I just love that
Your name is just letters. All names are just letters.
And then my two favorite jokes in that scene are, one, when the guy realizes he's like surrounded by retards and idiots, and so he tries to bail and gets blown up. And then it's revealed that this was the retard team, and they were the distraction for the actual team.
No, they were the main team. They were betrayed.
Yeah, but didn't they say that your distraction was good? And,
yeah.
No, they
the
used
other team said that.
They used that as an excuse to the other team.
Oh, fair enough.
Because they were sending two teams in that were supposed to complete the job without being aware of each other. And,
that's right. And the Captain Flag they didn't want him to be the one that died.
Yeah, and he was with the A team, which
that makes sense.
got sold out and mostly killed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't so much that Savant was like, oh, these people are all stupid and tried to escape. It's that he saw the devastation and destruction, everyone dying in absurd ways. And he's like, he just loses it and tries to swim away, and that's when they blow him up.
I love the way Detachable Arm Kid dies. He dies from shock. He doesn't get shot, but his arms do. And he's just flailing around the ground like,
Yeah.
It's such a funny moment, too, when the arms float off of him, and they just float towards the soldiers, and they just start slapping him around, and it just cuts away from that. And you see everything else happening, that cuts back, and that's when they're just shooting the arms.
I just love how that fucking one chick just jumps on the fucking helicopter and kills like everybody. It's like, you fucking idiot. Like, they even tell her not to do that and she does it.
No. Don't jump for the helicopter. She literally goes into the rotor blades. It's like, oh my god.
The one dude who's like sitting on the fucking beach, like dying, gets like obliterated by the rotor blades as it falls. Like, oh my god, you fucking idiot! And then she just crawls out like screaming on fire, just ah!
Here's my javelin. Make sure. Make sure what? What? What am I supposed to do? And they all surround her. Guys, hold on. He didn't tell me what to do with the javelin. Hold on.
What the fuck am I supposed to do with this thing?
Yeah, the Suicide Squad, not old Suicide Squad. The remake of it, which I'm shocked that they were actually self-aware enough to do a remake of that movie because it was so dog shit. They're like, no, we gotta fix this right now.
Yeah, that's I'm still surprised.
Yeah. And like I said, there's definitely a lot of tism and weirdness in that movie, but overall, I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah. It had some very clever dialogue in it that I loved.
At the very least, the best parts outweigh the worst parts, I think.
Yeah.
Have you ever when I hate is my mother? And then it turns to look at the rest of the team, and all of them have been different poses of fat white woman.
But it's like she's in all of their costumes. It's like Peacemaker's costume and
Yes.
Bloodsport's costume and fucking King Shark.
King Shark.
And then there's the fucking giant starfish. It just turns to a giant version of his mom.
Yeah.
Imagine, what would you do? Imagine the person you hate the most in this world. What would you do to them? And he looks up, and suddenly it's a giant, morbidly obese white woman. Oh!
All right, we should probably get back to the video. Guys, go watch The Suicide Squad when you get the chance. It's got issues, but it's a good movie.
Yes. Yeah, watch The Suicide Squad, not Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
If it's got Will Smith in it, it's the wrong one.
That's not the thing I was going to reference, but yeah. There's a Slipknot. He could climb anything. Fucking dies immediately.
Dude, yeah, but he climbed out of the movie. He succeeded. You know what, chat? I'll give that. We'll watch the Suicide Squad for Saturday Showtime. That's what we'll do.
Wait, Creetosis, are you telling me that despite its faults, The Suicide Squad is a good movie? I'm not sure it quite reaches a territory where I could call it good, but there's a lot of good moments in it that I do think outweigh the bad.
Yeah. And there are a lot of really good moments where the actual creator tries to shit all over them. It's like, no, stop.
Anyways, video.
Yeah.
But Cam 2 isn't just criticized for its cameos. It's criticized because of its potential plot and pacing. Stop. Just stop. I know. I've heard it. But I'm still allowed to enjoy it, and I don't want to have to feel like I need to constantly reiterate that, yes, I do understand its flaws just to like a frickin' movie. In fact...
Again, this is a you problem. This is entirely a you problem. Nobody says that you have to know its flaws in order to like the film. You can just like the movie, weirdo.
Yeah. I've never felt the need to justify my enjoyment of something.
Yeah, I don't need to justify why I like something. If I like it, I like it. But if I'm going to actually try to put, like, an actual, like, statement of quality behind it, it's like, yeah, I'm going to actually try to explain it, not just be like, well, this thing's good because I like it.
I like what Calbeck says here in chat, too. The I'm allowed to enjoy X argument is such nonsense. Yes, you are. Yeah, people are allowed to enjoy things. The only people who actually say you're not allowed to enjoy this, you cannot enjoy this, are the actual, like, crazy weirdo fans. And if you're taking that extreme minority this seriously, then, yeah, it's definitely a you problem.
Yeah. Because, yeah, you're allowed to like it, and we're allowed to criticize it. Get over it, my guy. People will do that. You're just going to have to live with it.
this video idea was because Chip and Dale came out this morning, and opinions are flooded with how pointless the cameos are. And it's like, so? Are we really gonna sit here and critique the writing, concept, and execution of a movie like fucking Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers? So what if...
Yes!
Yes! There's
You
no
should.
reason not to.
Yeah. You should absolutely do that.
I mean, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Everything should be criticized.
Yeah.
Yes. If it's a shit
Why-
film, then people are going to call it a shit film. Get
Yeah.
over it.
Yeah, for this to be done because of this movie of all things just seems weird to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is very strange.
And I'm not sure I heard people actually complaining about the cameos aside from the fact that they looked kind of shit. Like, Bacon, weren't you complaining about how the ponies looked like crap in this movie?
Yes, they look like MMD models. They look fucking terrible. And I'm just
And-
like, why?
I know the big one people are talking about. In fact, this is probably the only thing I actually heard about this movie, was that, oh yeah, it's pretty disrespectful to make Peter Pan a fat loser, who, that's kind of what happened to the actor who played him in the Disney cartoon movie, and they kind of abandoned him, and he got, like, didn't he commit suicide or something?
I know he died. I don't remember if he committed suicide.
Either way, he died young, and it just seems disrespectful to portray him as, like, a fat loser.
Oh, I think he overdosed.
You know what, that probably was it. I was
Yeah, I
thinking
think
that in my
it was.
head after I said suicide, and it's like, was it an overdose?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was an overdose. Which, yeah, I could definitely... I've not seen the movie. I don't know whether it's, done tastefully or not. I can't really comment on anything of it. It's just, from the commercials, it did not look like there was a lot of quality behind this film. Like,
Yeah,
the pseudo 2D didn't really work. The MMD model ponies was a strange thing. Fucking Seth Rogen in the fucking film. Like, come on.
Yeah, that means it's automatically bad. Fuck Seth Rogen.
Yeah.
I saw a bunch of clips of the fat, ugly Peter Pan model on Twitter, and it just looked like the animation was a bit jank. It just really looked like garbage. It's like, yeah, no. It looks super cheap.
Oh, yeah, and Gadget got flied.
Yeah.
That is one thing I heard people talking about too. I'm not gonna. Let's move on.
Yeah. Let's move on. It's pretty.
Some care obviously cell shaded 3D. Does it really matter? Does it? Are we really trying?
I mean, if it affects the quality, then yes, it matters.
If it affects
so-
the plot, which apparently it kind of does.
Then
Okay,
yeah,
so-
it matters.
If in Infinity War, if the final cut of that movie had Thanos T-posing around and his legs not animating as he slides across the ground, that'd be an issue.
Yeah. Like, one of the things I've heard about that movie is apparently it's like, because, well, I talked about this a little bit, was there's like it's like the equivalent of plastic surgery where you could become a 3D model because, it's all the rage. 3D is all the rage. You got to become 3D if you want to be in a big film.
Yeah, that's why the one
And-
chipmunk looks different from the other.
Yeah, but then you have the 2D characters and they just look like 3D with cell shading over them. And it's like, well, then that kind of ruins the whole joke and like the whole point of that when both of them look like 3D characters. One just looks more 3D than the other.
Mhm.
So
It's
it
also-
kind of doesn't work.
It also seems like a really dumb joke that by default goes on for too long because they're animated in two different ways for the entire movie. And
Yeah.
for
And they're constantly next to each other. So you're
Yeah.
constantly seeing that weird juxtaposition between the two.
Oh, go ahead.
Trying to sit here and act like if the animation was done in a traditional way that the film would somehow be improved any more than being slightly more artistically pleasing, or in the universe where it was
I mean, again, if it undermines the entire plot of the movie, then yeah, it should have been done in a traditional sense, or at least one of the characters should have been done in a traditional sense.
Also,
That's the
keep in
entire
mind,
plot.
this guy earlier was talking about the whole fucking Sonic movie like change thing, and how that was a good thing. But then here, it's like, oh no, you shouldn't criticize it here though, because criticism bad. But it was totally fine when we criticized Sonic and he got a complete, rehaul of his looks. So, kind of going against his own fucking points here. Maybe you should have scripted your video better.
Or at all, maybe?
Yeah, or at all.
He did say, too, after the Sonic thing that, watch his point go over people's heads. No?
It went over your head, apparently, because here you are literally going against your own point that you tried to make earlier.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious because this film actually addresses that. Like, they literally have ugly Sonic in this film and make jokes about it.
Yeah.
But somehow he just doesn't understand.
I would argue that makes this film even worse because it's like, oh, hey, look, we made fun of the ugly thing while at the same time making an ugly thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how The Boys Season 2 takes fucking shots at Justice League for being poorly written, and then all of Boys Season 2 is fucking poorly written. It's like, you did the thing you're making fun of.
Yeah.
The problem is also, cell shading 3D models to look 2D can be done well, and has been, decades ago. The Iron Giant did it almost perfectly. I didn't even realize there's 3D in Iron Giant. It has been a long time since I've seen it, but wow.
Yeah, the Iron Giant.
There is. It's very hard to tell, but during some of the scenes where he's moving, you can sort of tell, like, oh, that's not full 2D.
Drawn to begin with, there'd be a billion other things people would complain about because that's just
you don't know that.
So we should wind this back just to get the full argument. I think what he's saying here is, even if the movie was in full 2D, there's other things people would be complaining about, because one thing being a problem being fixed doesn't fix all the other fucking problems.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Shaded 3D. Does it really matter? Does it? Are we really trying to sit here and act like if the animation was done in a traditional way that the film would somehow be improved any more than being slightly more artistically pleasing? Or in the universe where it was hand-drawn to begin with, there'd be a billion other things people would complain about because that's just what we do apparently.
Yeah, that is a really fucking pathetic argument. So, okay, if we were to take, let's just stick with this example. Let's take the Chip and Dale movie that came out recently and say it was fully animated like the original cartoon. That doesn't change any of the other fucking problems it has. Like, you realize fixing... Okay, if I'm driving my car down the road and the engine dies and I get a flat tire, fixing the flat tire doesn't fix the engine. Like, this is basic shit. This is extremely basic shit. How are you arguing this? God, this is such a pathetic fucking argument.
Bear back 1 second.
I guess we'll wait for him to get back. It's just irritating that someone would make an argument this fucking... It feels bad faith. Oh, if they fix this one problem, they still complain about everything else. Yes, because all the other problems still exist. I don't know why this concept is fucking baffling you. Maybe if the movie didn't try to make it canon that I'm not going to talk about that topic. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to discuss the rat cult?
No. It's not something I particularly care about, and it just seems weird to me. Animation improvements would only improve the aesthetics, but not the overall writing flaws and story issues the movie has. Exactly. You could fix all the writing problems and still have all the animation problems. You could do a fully 2D animated version of this movie, but have fuck-ups in the actual animations themselves. Like, a lot of animations tend to have, like, little errors here and there. That's just the way things go. And again, not... He seems to almost be acting like criticism is maliciously made when it's not.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I wouldn't be surprised if in that would complain that it was drawn traditionally. Hell, I already know that the hate train for Chip and Dale capitalizing on ugly Sonic is coming, as if them poking fun at the design is even close to a bad thing. On the flip side, there's the...
It's not that it's a bad thing, it's that they're literally doing the same thing.
Yeah, they're doing the ugly thing with full sincerity while trying to make fun of something that's ugly. It doesn't work. They're doing the very thing that they're like, those idiots made ugly Sonic.
God, you know what? I might just watch this movie just so I can fuck it. Because it seems to keep coming up a lot now. And we constantly, like, can't really go that much into it because we haven't seen it. I might watch it just so I can, the next time this shit comes up, I could be like, here's why this doesn't work and why this does work and why this doesn't work.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Yeah. Kind of like how when I find time, I'm probably going to watch through Kenobi so we can talk about that a little bit at least.
Yeah.
The call of the noose becomes more pleasing every day.
Those that enjoy silly, stupid movies, then that must be the only kind of films you enjoy. And you're just not intellectually capable of comprehending
Okay,
films
please don't spoil this movie.
that do put in the time and effort to create some magnificent cinema. And that's not
Okay,
what I'm
good.
saying either. Do you see how frustrating this gets? Like if I dare...
No, but what you are saying is stop criticizing the things I like. Only you're trying to dress it up as, like, some more noble goal that you have. But it isn't. It just comes down to the bare symptoms of, I just want to like things, guys. Let me like things. Like, this is you projecting your problems onto everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this just sounds like somebody who doesn't want to hear all the things that's wrong with the film he likes, because he knows if he hears those things, he might start to like it less.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the kind of argument we've heard before. Well, actually, this is our argument EFAP had to deal with forever ago. The same debate I mentioned earlier, actually. That guy was like, yeah, but don't you get that if you're critical of something that could, like, make less joy in the world? It's like, it's almost close to the bike cook argument, actually. But, like, it's... If people... It seems to me that if criticizing something can ruin your enjoyment of something, then that's a you problem.
Yeah, then deep down you didn't actually enjoy it. You
Yeah.
put up this veneer that you enjoyed it. People are just chipping away at the surface of it until they get down to where you don't like it. It's like, well, that was always your feeling of it, obviously. If you genuinely like it, then what people say about it won't matter.
Just Right made that argument, my bad. But yeah, that is an argument that comes up from time to time. No, you're reducing the amount of joy in the world. Well, maybe criticizing things is enjoyable to other people, and people like us who do these streams bring joy to people because we criticize things that are bad.
Yep.
You know what? Maybe people shouldn't just be mindlessly happy for things all the time. Maybe they should actually have some reality checks.
No, Pagan, you should like everything. Remember, if you're positive about something, that's automatically good, no matter how dishonest you're being about it. And if you're negative about something, that's bad, because negativity is bad, no matter how truthful or honest you're being about something.
Oh, God, yeah.
Not speaking from personal experience I've had with arguments I've received, by the way.
Yeah. Not at all.
God, these people need to watch My Little Pony and get it in through their thick fucking skulls. it's pretty bad when a children's cartoon, like actually addresses this shit. And
They have an episode where they're like, I don't like this thing, but I do, and that's fine.
kind of, but they also literally have a character who's like they explain that telling the truth isn't always a good thing, or that it isn't always like a happy thing. Sometimes it's gonna hurt people, but you should still do it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you shouldn't just like, you shouldn't tell a lie just because it'll make someone feel better.
Yeah.
And yeah, they go through that. They go pretty in depth about it too. And it's like, there's a lot of stuff like that in MLP. And it's like, there's a reason why adults like it. The messages actually help not just kids, but it can actually help some adults too. It's like, it actually goes pretty in depth with some of its messages. And it's a shame that they kind of stopped doing that in the later seasons.
Yeah.
You need Jesus.
MLP has reality checks. Put it on the right-wing media list. All right.
Join the herd, Funny Horseman 2022.
Yeah. I noticed Pagan keeps trying to convert people. Be
I know,
warned.
and it's all pointless anyways, because the Lizard Uprising is coming.
No. All y'all motherfuckers need pony in your life.
I'm good. It looks like he's about to talk about Age of Ultron now. Or maybe it's just a random visual.
Maybe. Let's find out.
Put in the time and effort to create some magnificent cinema. And that's not what I'm saying either. Do you see how frustrating this gets? Like, if I dare say I liked Avengers Age of Ultron, I must be blind by all the production issues, and I'm unable to see the potential of a greater film.
So,
I don't care. Why?
It's not...
What?
It's not a matter of, I guess, production issues. It's that there's major issues in the story, and you're allowed to like it despite that. Who has told you that you're not allowed to like it?
Yeah, people can ask you why you like it, but then if you start going like, "Oh, it's so well shot" and stuff like that, people can go against that. But if you're just like, whatever reason, I just enjoy it. It's just a fun movie to just pop on the side, and I just have it going. Okay, understandable. Like, I don't get this whole thing of like where you feel like you have to defend yourself.
Yeah,
at all times for everything.
This is a 13.5-minute video where most of the arguments seem to be like about an extremely small part of any fan base or critic base, where it's like, oh yeah, these people are telling me that I cannot like this thing because it has flaws, because it's not perfect. Who is saying this to you? Because I don't think it's necessarily a matter of who's saying it to him, but remember earlier he brought up all those thumbnails of these different videos that were talking about media that he perceived to be piling onto them. It's like, so what it comes across as to me is you're scrolling through YouTube recommendations and, oh, here's a criticism of this movie, or here's people theorizing on that movie, and that means I can't enjoy this thing without saying, yeah, it has flaws.
It's just so fucking weird. Like I said, it feels more like you're just being overly defensive, my dude.
Yeah, that's what it comes across as. Because I've seen videos all the time on my YouTube dash about different things that I don't fucking tism out to make a video like this. Like, here's one. It's not really the same, but let me just give this example. I get recommended a lot of, like, videos talking about disasters and fucking different horrible incidents, you know? These people were hiking up a mountain and here's how an avalanche killed them. Here's how a fire started in this factory and killed 30 of the people who work in there. Here's how this ship sunk and killed everyone on board. Here's this, here's that. It's like, I don't make a video complaining about all the horrible death and tragedy that's being projected at me by YouTube.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, everyone is talking about this. It's like, no. It's just what YouTube is recommending to me. Probably because I've watched videos similar to that before. Which I have. Maybe this guy watched some criticism videos he was genuinely interested in. So YouTube is like, this person likes this type of content, so let's push this towards him. And now he's complaining about it. Sub to Fascinating Horror, huh? I haven't subscribed to him yet. There's a couple I follow. Well, not follow, but like I watch their videos from time to time. Fascinating Horror, Scary Interesting, and there's another one I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, that one where those oil drillers get turned into paste by the pressure is pretty wild if you've seen that one. I think I know that the one you're talking about. It's the depressurization chamber, and one of the latches wasn't on it as they were taking like the sub off or something, and it blew off and turned everyone into paste due to depressurization. Yeah, that's a bit fucked. It's an unfortunate way to go for everyone else around you. I'm hoping for the people involved it was instantaneous and they didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
It's goddamn. Exploding from pure pressure alone sounds like a bad way to go.
Why do we have so hard about these things now? The fight scenes were dope. Ultron was pretty funny. Seeing it in IMAX blew my mind. Stop trying to take that away from me.
No one's trying to take fucking anything away from you, you dipshit!
It's you being an idiot. It's you being an insecure idiot that's doing it yourself.
No, I like the fight scenes. They're pretty cool. Ultron made some funny jokes. But people are critical about it, so you're trying to take my enjoyment away. We are actually reaching bike cuck levels of argumentation here.
We really are.
Like, your criticism is removing my joy from this world. Like, what? No one's trying to take anything away from you. Take your pills.
Fuck, if you're a fan of my channel, now's probably the time where I need to eat my crow.
I wonder if this is going to be genuine or if this is going to be the most like disingenuous reformatting and framing everything. Let's find out. Because I have a gut feeling he's not going to understand. He's going to say that he did the same thing, but not understand that no, you did something entirely different and it probably was worse. So that is my like if a prediction thing would go. I feel like it's going to be one of those moments. He'll probably reference his like breakdown of Ben 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
I've been doing a breakdown series for a little.
Yep.
Well, Ben 10, hang on. I figured that would be where he would go to because he's doing a breakdown series of it. But let's see what he actually says about it.
See, I've never watched Ben 10, so I can't tell just from looking at a single frame that was it. And it's not mentioned in, like, the little card there, so it's like, oh.
Yeah, well, I know that character.
Your reaction told me immediately that's what it was.
Yeah. I watched... Oh, God. When did I stop watching Ben 10? I watched it when it first came out, and I watched a couple of the reboots and stuff, or, well, the continuations. And then I stopped at some point. I don't really know. But I know a little bit about Ben 10. I watched it as a kid and stuff.
I know.
I remember Vilgax.
My nephew watches a lot of it, so.
Yeah, I remember Vilgax. Vilgax was a really like prominent character in the original, so I remember him.
Prominent villain.
The fact these criticisms bother him so much makes me think that he doesn't really like the movie. He just feels he has to convince himself he does. That is kind of what it comes across as.
That's what I was saying earlier. He's like, again, if people's criticism of a thing makes you like it less, then you didn't actually like the thing as much as you thought you did. You were just convincing yourself you liked it. Which is fine. It's very human to do. It doesn't make you like a monster or anything. But it's just, you got to recognize when it happens. Be like, oh, yeah, you know, I guess I didn't like it that much.
That kind of happened with me with Skyrim. There's, when it first came out, I really wanted to enjoy it, and I played it a lot, and I was seeing issues, but I was trying to ignore them at first because it's an Elder Scrolls game. Morrowind is great. Oblivion was great. Skyrim is going to be great too. It is great. It's amazing. It's not actually that good. It's great. It's if I ignore this, it's kind of shit.
Yeah, that was my response to Skyrim and Fallout 3. I loved them for a while, and then over time, as I learned more about them and the other games and all that stuff, and yeah, I was just like, oh, yeah, these are not very good games.
I'm trying to think if there's one that happened for me like that, but because I've been cynical like most of my life, so I don't know. I can't think of one off the top of my head where I had that type of reaction.
$5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Do you talk to anyone in the Fallout shitposting community? Schizo Eliza. No, I've never actually talked with him. I do know he used one of our STAG clips for a video, which was, pretty amusing.
Yeah.
Never spoken with him, though. Honestly, I'm very much an introvert, despite running a podcast, and I largely keep to myself. This is why I haven't reached out to too many people to come on as a guest, because it's my own, like... It feels weird to me reaching out to someone and saying, hey, do you want to come on our show? Because it's just so out of my comfort zone that it's almost alien to me. Not like comparing the Vietnamese to aliens alien, but it does feel pretty alien to me. Because it just... I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's very much the same reason that I don't comment a whole lot on videos I watch or streams I watch, because there's a lot of streams I watch. I used to watch Vinesauce a lot. I watch EFAP and Real BBC and Friday Night Tights and Ricada Law. And like, I watch all these streams and I hardly ever post comments in chat because, well, oftentimes I feel like I don't have much to add to the conversation, even though I'm enjoying and agreeing with them. Not 100% of the time, but you know what I mean. I wouldn't watch these streams if I didn't enjoy them. But
Yeah. Oh.
That's how I am.
Yeah, I'm just not that kind of person, really, to reach out and ask for, to make that connection, usually.
Yeah. That genuinely reminds me, though. Nick Ricada, I had it from the opposite direction, where I enjoyed his content a lot, and then I was going through a painful experience, and it got to me when he was doing his jokes about the coof and everything. And I missed his point. I missed the point that he was trying to make, and I had put in my own mind what point he was actually trying to make, because, again, I was going through shit. And I fell for that trap. I fell for it like that myself. And yeah, and then I was like, okay, I just got to get over that. I need to go back and, I need to be, bigger about this, because, even if what he said, if it wasn't just he wasn't making the point, even if he was making the point I thought he was making, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so I had that same reaction, though the opposite direction, where I ended up hating Nick for a while, and I was like, well, that's just stupid. Looking back on it, and taking a hard, long look and thinking about it logically, it's like, that's just dumb.
$2 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on Bill C-11? Yeah, fuck Tyranny. Not the game series Tyranny. $2 from Scootmeister. Thank you. I know the feeling. Here's some solidarity monies. Thank you. You don't need to send money for the way I feel, though. It's appreciated, though. Very similar feeling from a fellow introvert. From one introvert to another, I feel ya. Well, at least I'm not alone. Because that's the best part about pain and suffering, is that you're not alone.
Yeah. And again, you can always comfort yourself by the memories of the good times and everything. And I know that sounds like really weak, but honestly, that's what happens. The memories of the good times, all the bad times will slowly drift away. They'll slowly just fall away from everything, and it's all the good memories you'll have that'll stick with you, that'll stay to the surface. That's why when people remember loved ones, and maybe they were a shithead, but as time goes on, all those old grievances, all those old wounds, they fall away, and you remember the good times and everything. Which is honestly a mercy. Thankfully, that's the way people work. Well, for the most part, unless they are ludicrously, like, cartoonishly bad.
Sorry to interrupt your point with this comment. You reject my gift? A pox on you, owl man! Setch, release your assassins! I wasn't rejecting it, I was just like, I appreciate it, but you don't have to send me money because I'm feeling a certain way.
Alright, hang on a second, I got this, hold on.
No!
Oh wait, shit, no, I did the wrong accent, hang on.
Anyways, let's try and wrap this video up.
Yeah.
A little now about the Ben 10 franchise, as that's the series I've grown up with that's impacted me the most. I watch each episode frame by frame and analyze the episode's plot, characterization, writing, animation, and other visuals, importance, and entertainment, and then rank them among the other episodes. And if that statement right there invalidates everything that I said before in this video in your perspective, then yeah, I'm a hypocrite.
So, why are you not allowing people to enjoy Ben 10? Why are you taking their joy away?
Oh my god, my mouse stopped working, because I had this whole thing where I was talking about Nick Ricade and everything. Oh.
What?
Yeah, so my mouse stopped working for my push to talk.
Oh.
Because I said it does invalidate it, but not for the reason you think it invalidates it. It invalidates it because you don't understand what the purpose of your critique was, and that you're not taking joy away from people. Like, that's the thing, is the thing you did doesn't take joy away from people. People got joy and enjoyment out of watching it, right?
Yeah.
That's why you did it.
That's
That's why you keep doing it, right? Or why you kept it up for so long.
Yeah. At Creetosis, the breakdowns he does are good. This video is just really bad. Yeah, like I said earlier, he does seem like he's probably a pretty decent guy, and I can imagine his breakdowns are pretty well done. It's just this video is fucking dog shit. Like, I know it's weird to say no offense after that, but legitimately, I don't mean any ill will towards this guy. This video is just fucking abysmal. We good to continue?
I just find it weird where he's addressing this as if it changes anything. Like, acknowledging that you're that you're a hypocrite doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does change something. It makes his points from earlier even worse.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes your points worse. Like, this doesn't help you in any way.
Yeah.
So, I don't even know why you're bothering.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at, was his whole, like, yes, it invalidates everything you said before, but not for the reason that you think it invalidates everything you said before. Because you yourself do not understand what you did then versus what you strawmanned people doing before. Like, you of all people who have done this type of criticism should know you aren't trying to destroy something that someone loves. You aren't trying to stop someone from liking something. That's a completely disingenuous, really retarded take. And as somebody who knows that, because you did it before, you making all of this point before is, you know it's wrong. So now you're being a hypocrite because you know it's wrong, and you're being disingenuous because you know it's wrong.
Cowboy Beppo was so awesome, I have eye cancer.
Yeah.
Just reading that comment in a vacuum is kind of amusing. 5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. interpose at my Creetosis readily endeavors end to owl soothed insides, shall all near damned it'll angrily mangle and funny undead Rick Russell you. What?
Yeah, what?
Oh God.
Now he capitalized every single letter. Well, not every single letter. The first letter of every word.
Yeah. I am Creetosis, and I am a furry.
Once again, I am betrayed by my own audience.
By your own audio,
He's part of the audience.
but you said audio.
Yeah, you said audio.
No, I said audience.
You must have cut out then because you said audio.
Yeah, by my own audio, and I was like, wait, what?
No, I for a fact said audience. It probably cut out
Yeah.
for you guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it like?
I mean, I didn't admit to anything. I read a message that was full of nonsense and didn't actually make any sense. If he capitalized the letter of each word, the first letter of each word, that's not me reading that statement that those letters make and admitting to anything that definitely isn't true. Like,
No, but it's your subconscious realizing that it might be.
no.
Oh no. Yeah, if you guys said, everybody in chat says they said audience, which again, it's probably what happened because Kree's audio will go through to chat no matter what, but it can cut out to Discord for us.
Yeah. Creetosis, when will you come out of the closet? Well, see, that's the thing. You have to be in the closet to come out of it. I was never in there in the first place. There's nothing to come out about. Except for the fact I'm Canadian.
Which is worse.
I mean, he's already Canadian. Did you really need to, stick the knife in a few more times into it?
I just find the idea funny that being a Canadian is worse than being a furry.
I mean, you guys literally have like an owl mascot for
Your Supreme Court. I
Yeah.
find that. See, now that I find kind of endearing in a really dumb way. It's like, why? What was the point of getting a mascot for the Supreme Court? Like,
Does the person who wear the costume have to be, like, approved in the same way a justice of the Supreme Court does in Canada?
oh God, wouldn't that be funny?
It's like,
Oh.
the person who wears the mascot costume is fucking retired or passed away or they've stepped down from their post. We need to take a new a new judge from somewhere in Canada and nominate them for position of mascot costume wearer for the Supreme Court. You don't actually get to be a part of the Supreme Court, you're just the mascot. Ah, yes, the worst of all sexualities. Canadian.
Hell, rewrites too. From a video rewriting the classic series finale to my 5YL series, where I rework some canon in my favor to improve what I see fit. I'm just...
Okay, so this is just getting worse and worse for this guy the deeper we go. So the video rewriting the ending to Inception because they had an idea is bad, but you doing it for Ben 10 is fine. Because yeah, this does make you a hypocrite. I'm sorry, but this is fucking pathetic. I don't know what else to say there. Like, you did this to yourself at this point.
Just as everybody else. You can probably even catch me saying despite its flaws in some of my other videos, because I've been trapped inside of that bubble for a while now too, but now I want out, because
It's not a bubble or anything. What the fuck? Like, what is this? It's not a bubble. It's... Ugh.
No,
like, dude,
you
were
don't...
thinking about this critically, and you could understand that you wanted to do it because it came from a place of passion for you. You were a fan of the project. You wanted to see it improve. So, like, all right, I'm going to point out the flaws and everything with it. You went a step further and even did fan theories and everything. But, my God, now suddenly you're like, oh, that's bad. I was being a bad man back then.
You know what it actually kind of reminds me of? You know how... I think it was iDubbbz who did Content Cop, and now he's, like, cucked out to his girlfriend, and everyone's saying, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That's...
Oh, yeah.
That's actually kind of what this is giving me vibes of... Man, criticism takes away joy from the world, and I've criticized things, and I want out of that bubble. First of all, it's not a fucking bubble, but even if it was, like, okay, you want out? Then good, fuck off. Those of us here who are actually interested in media being good will continue to criticize it while we can.
Yeah, again, you aren't, like, more enlightened, you're not better because you broke out of a quote-unquote bubble or anything. Which, again, it's not a bubble. Oh, dude. It just comes across as, like, I want to show how enlightened and better I am now.
Interesting. Have all ventriloquists explored among interesting demonstration shows? First letter of each word capitalized. I have AIDS. Why is AIDS the thing? Like, why that of all things is coming up in chat so much today? I guess this is technically the AIDS stream then.
Yep.
because see, I do these for fun. Nothing I say in those videos actually ruins the series for me to the point where I just don't like it anymore. And
you're so close. You're on the edge of understanding.
He's not going to. So
he's not going to, but he's right on the rim of understanding.
Doing all these criticisms are fine as long as I still enjoy the thing afterwards. This really is the fucking episode 1 Oxhorn arguments where it's like, if you're a little bit toxic in your head, then that experience isn't going to be perfect for you. And because it wasn't perfect, you're ruining the joy you could have had. Rather than enjoying the game you bought with $60 of your hard-earned money, you're going to ruin it because it's not perfect. Like, it's so fucking pathetic.
It's just...
And I'm same thing for a lot of film critics and YouTube commentators as well. You can commentate and analyze something objectively but still like it. And if that's how it is for you, then I'm not talking about you. I'm talking...
Then who the
fuck are you talking about? Because if they're... Because people that understand objective critique understand that liking something is completely subjective and is not relevant at all.
It is shocking to me that someone can be like, yeah, if you're someone who's just critiquing things objectively, well, actually, he said it still liked them. So, is critiquing something objectively and not liking it bad then, because it's taking away from joy? Because that seems to be the entire point here is this objective criticism is too negative and it's taking away joy from the world. Just gonna wind us back just a tiny bit.
And analyze something objectively but still like it. And if that's how it is for you, then I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that really can't like something unless it's the pinnacle of its possibility. Some people just
Who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. You've made this man of straw, and it resembles nothing in reality.
Christ, this really is fucking... This is the Oxhorn video again. It actually is. It's just in a different fucking setting. Holy shit.
Oh, God.
So it's fine to criticize something and still like it. But if you can't ever like if you can't ever like something because of your criticism towards it, that's bad. Actually, fuck off.
Yeah.
And if that's how it is for you, then I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people that really can't like something unless it's the pinnacle of its possibility. Some people just genuinely can't enjoy a movie anymore unless it's a masterpiece. And if they do like a non-masterpiece, they have to bog it down with all the negatives first and put the positives on second hand, as if it's such a generous and wild thing to do to like a movie, even if it's utter bullshit. Why?
I still, like... Can you point out some actual examples of people doing this?
Yeah. You're gonna need fucking X to doubt and citation needed, please.
Oxhorn's video spiritual successor? Yeah, that's what it's turning out to be.
Yep.
Fucking amazing, considering I was going through bits of that video last night for the, STAG 50 compilation, which... Gonna be honest, probably not gonna get it finished in time because there is a lot to go through.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. This is just very, very irritating at this point. Like, it really is coming across as criticism bad. Criticism is fine if you do it in this way that's positive and you still like the thing, but if there's a movie that's like really fucking terrible, you're criticizing all the bad parts and you mention the good part from time to time, and that's bad because it's not perfect, which no one is fucking asking for.
Oh, and no, he says it's even worse than that because it's like you're throwing it a bone as if it's such a novel concept to like a movie these days. Like,
yeah, that's not what it is, because even something terrible can have good moments to it. It's not throwing it a bone. It's literally, yeah, fucking Avengers Endgame is dog shit with all the bullshit plot they have. But then it's like, well, Tony's sacrifice is actually a pretty good moment. The moment he has with his father is built on bullshit, but it's a really nice little moment.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm forgetting some others. I don't really care at this point about Avengers Endgame. But you know what I mean? It's like pointing out what few positives something that's overall bad has isn't throwing it a bone. I'm not throwing Fallout 4 a bone when I say, oh yeah, the shooting is better than Fallout 3. I'm fine with the shooting. It's decent. Not throwing it a bone when I say, oh yeah, I like the power armor in Fallout 4, the way it works, the way it feels like a vehicle. It makes you feel like a walking tank, which it fucking should because it's goddamn power armor.
Yeah.
Nothing Creetosis has said has made me dislike any of Bethesda's games. Yeah. Like, this is something I've said before. You could listen to my videos and agree with every single criticism I make about these games and come away still enjoying those games, because enjoyment and understanding the factual flaws in something are not inherently linked. They can be for some people. There's some people who, if something doesn't make sense and it does ruin it for them, and they can never enjoy it, that's possible. But it's also possible to be like, hey, yeah, you know what? That movie Morbius is fucking dog shit and I love it.
Why does B always have to play second fiddle to negativity now? In fact, sometimes people are...
Okay, one, it doesn't at all, so what strawman are you building up? But two, people are pushing back against the toxic positivity. The crazy people like Cinema Wins, the people that like that need to be stopped.
Yeah.
Because, oh my god. look, a thing happened. Ding! Another thing. Ding! It's like,
I'm
oh,
still
God.
frustrated by the cinema wins Dune, where it's like, okay, my dude, you have some easy wins you can reference, and you're dinging the most retarded shit to be positive over.
Yeah.
Like, we got through that video faster, but it was exponentially fucking worse than the Cinema Sins video.
Yep.
You really love Morbius. I find it entertainingly awful. Cinema things, yeah.
Yep.
Are no negative, and nobody bats an eye. But if you're nothing but positive, here comes the negative. And
Hold
the
on.
stigma has
Hold the
extended
fuck up.
beyond
Yeah, that's fucking
Hold on.
bullshit on every level.
second hand, as if it's such a generous and wild thing to do to like a movie, even if it's utter bullshit. Why does positivity always have to play second fiddle to negativity now?
It doesn't.
In fact, sometimes people are nothing but negative, and nobody bats an eye. But if you're nothing but positive, here comes the negative. And
What the fuck are you
That's
talking about?
That's some
That is...
fucking lies right there.
What fucking bizarro world are you living in? I see people... I hate to reference it once again, but it's one of the best examples I have for shit. Many a True Nerds Fallout 3 video. Insanely successful, insanely popular. People love the fuck out of it, despite how dishonest and disingenuous it is for the entire fucking runtime. And that's fine. But I criticize it and I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy. Because
Yeah.
I'm negative. I had a comment the other day from someone who was like, oh yeah, and this is the type of comment I've gotten a lot, by the way, where it's like, oh yeah, Made True Nerd's video was positive and uplifting, and the point of it was to give the game another chance. And I'm like, okay, so it's fine to be positive if you're fucking lying? If you're making shit up to defend the game on? That's just fine because it's positive, but when I point out that he's wrong, or that he's being disingenuous, I'm the bad guy because, oh, it's negative. You're too negative in your How the fuck do you be positive in a video where you're saying, so, the thing this guy is saying is wrong, and here's where he lies, and here's where this just isn't true, and here's where he's using... Like, how do you be positive about that? Tell me. Because I would really fucking like to know.
And this is extended to beyond videos, beyond articles now. It's in everyday conversation. Every person I talk to acts like they're some kind of film critic, that they must be objective.
Listen, look, I get you're a bit of a douchebag, and this is literally you on screen right now. Like, you're just, the mask has slipped and you're showing us your actual face, but come on, man. We don't need to see that. It's disgusting.
I don't know. I don't view randos discussing movies as like, oh, everyone is trying to be a film critic now. It's like, yeah, people talk about stuff, and if something bugs them in a movie or in a game or whatever, then they're going to talk about it. Cause,
Yeah, when something doesn't live up to their standards, they talk about it.
let me tell you, I've had issues with movies and games for years and years and years and years, and I talked about them with people that I considered friends, or people who are on same servers or chat rooms or whatever as me, and we would just talk about it because it's something we would like to discuss. And this was before I had a YouTube channel. I never thought of myself back then as, oh, I'm some intellectual critic of media. I was just like, hey, this part in this movie was fucking dumb. Creetosis, just speak in your average cuck soy boy bread tuber voice. Duh. The reason Many a True Nerd's video is really bad is because he lied about the skills checks in New Vegas coming in quite a bit down the line. Is that really the key to fucking positivity, is talking like that? Because that's almost what it does come across as, is because I talk like a normal fucking person, and, well, I swear a bit more than the average person, but because I talk straightforward without the video essay voice. Like, that's why I'm aggressive and negative and horrible. God, that's fucking pathetic.
You know, don't you know being genuine is basically being Hitler?
Everything is being fucking Hitler at this point.
Yep.
To their thoughts on a film's gonna throw it all right back at you. But the great thing about opinions is they don't have to make sense. Here I am trying to defend people's
Whoa,
right.
no. Opinions do need to make sense. If your opinion is that people breathe water, people are gonna call you a fucking retard, and rightfully so.
Is that even something that can be classified as opinion? Because for me, what opinion largely comes down to is like, you know, I like or dislike this thing. This is why I use the Lord of the Rings example so much, is because I feel like it's a kill shot for these shitty subjective versus objective arguments, where it's like, I dislike Lord of the Rings. Okay, cool. Why? Because it's got too many gunfights. Excuse me, there's no guns in Lord of the Rings. Well, it's my opinion that there's too many gunfights in Lord of the Rings. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. You can't say Lord of the Rings is a bad movie because there's too many gunfights in it. Because there are no fucking guns in it.
Yeah.
In your scripted videos, you sound like you OD'd on horse tranquilizers. That's mainly because it takes a bit for me to get going when I'm reading off a script. Once I get going, I'm more like I am now, just more scripted. I also fuck up all the time reading a script, so it's, I have to cut a lot of bullshit out, and sometimes it gets frustrating having to read a line over and over and over again, because I keep managing to fuck it up.
If you ever listen to him reading his scripts, you hear bleh a lot.
Yeah, there'll be parts where I'm reading part of the script, and I'll just start tripping over my own tongue, and I'll go bleh. Yeah. Because, yeah, it's like, yeah.
Even if it doesn't make sense whatsoever. After giving an episode of the show the worst score I've ever given because it doesn't make sense. And you know why? Because that's how I genuinely feel. Sometimes I like things because they're stupid and goofy, and other times I don't like things because they're stupid and goofy. And that's fine. Your opinion doesn't have to be logically flawless.
But it does, though. Again, you're conflating these. What you're saying here is provably wrong. My opinion is that humans breathe water. You can understand how that's completely fucked, right? When you say, in my opinion, I like that movie. Okay, fine. You didn't even need to say my opinion. I like that movie. This is such fucking... Oh, God. This is the weird thing. It's just my opinion, guys. Here's my criticism shield. It's just my opinion. Don't hurt it. No.
If your opinion is flawed, then people have a right to disagree with it. Yeah.
Yeah, if your opinion is flawed, they can be rightfully destroyed and lambasted, as it should be.
Your opinion in reviews for movies and games is essentially an argument that you are providing evidence for. Yeah. Opinions can be flawed. Yeah, they can. But yeah, I agree with that statement where it's like, this is why I think this game isn't so good. Here's why I think Limbo of the Lost is a bad game. And then you provide all the story reasons, all the character reasons, all the gameplay reasons and everything. But, like, that's just how this... It boggles the mind how people have forgotten all of this.
Yeah.
Vibe with you differently, and you know what? That's a-okay. Maybe I'm just bitter now. Maybe I'm just annoyed. Maybe it really is just me. But fuck, man.
I'm gonna tell you, it is.
Yeah. Well,
Here to
you and
tell
a
you,
bunch
it
of other
is.
people who have terrible opinions.
Yeah. And who think it being an opinion is automatic criticism defense.
Oh, yeah. There's so many people who say, it's just my opinion. It's just his opinion. It's like an impenetrable shield. There's nothing that can overcome the fact that it's his opinion. What if his opinion is built on faulty logic? What if his opinion is Lord of the Rings is terrible because too many gunfights?
Yeah.
And I just don't have this negativity anymore. It's bumming me out, and it's making it impossible to talk to people about films because I have to account for all of these objective, pointless, asinine perspectives. When I just
No,
want to
you
sit
don't.
down, watch...
No, you oh my god. If you enjoy something that does have objective flaws, you could just say, yeah, I like it. Here's why I find it fun. Whatever about the bad stuff. The bad stuff doesn't bother me. This is so fucking irritating. This video, like, I only watched about half of it when I previewed it. This got so much worse than I thought it would get.
Watch something used by it, and that's not wrong. To quote a tweet I made earlier today, what movies have become doesn't invalidate other movies that have whatever plot contrivances you're looking for, and there's still fantastic films being made.
Wait, what?
Contrivances are a bad thing.
Well, yeah. It's not a good...
Is he serious here? Is this a shitpost?
You guys said this guy has other good videos? I don't see how. If this is what he truly believes, I don't see how he could have other good videos.
I don't even know how he could fuck up this, because a contrivance is like a bad thing for a movie. Like, you could, it's kind of like a coincidence. You can get away with a couple small coincidences in like a movie or a story or whatever, but when they start piling up and piling up and piling up, they become worse and worse and worse. A contrivance is like an absurd convenience to the plot or the characters to make a plot happen in a certain way. A plot hole is a contrivance but worse. It's contradictory to the story or world or characters. So,
yeah.
This would be like saying, what movies have become doesn't invalidate other movies that have whatever plot holes you're looking for. That's kind of why I stop at this fucking point, because it's like, what the fuck are you actually saying here?
Yeah.
Is there... I've never actually looked up the definition of contrivance. Let me grab that quickly, see if there's a secondary definition I'm not getting. Because goddamn. Because when you talk about contrivance in the context of stories, it's usually fucking absurd convenience. I don't know how else to describe it. Okay, contrivance. The use of skill to bring something about or create something. The requirements of the system, by happy chance and some contrivance, can be summed up in an acronym. Okay. I have heard contrivance used in that way within Lord of the Rings, in the books. Oh, this is some contrivance of the enemy. You know? 2. A device, especially in literary or other artistic composition, which gives a sense of artificiality. The often tiresome contrivances of historical fiction. Yeah. Like, it's a bit contrived how, to use an Ace Earthworm example, it's a bit contrived how a villain might keep records of their criminal exploits. He was wrong about it in New Vegas, but this is something that actually happens in other media, where villains do keep evidence of the evils they've done, when there's no actual reason to do so. That is what I would call contrived, because this is what allows the hero to prove that the bad guy is the bad guy and has done bad things. But that I think he just used it wrong here.
Yeah, probably.
And there's still fantastic films being made today. Let people enjoy their CGI spectacle character fest thrill rides. I certainly do. I'm tired of having to care. Okay, but you don't have to care. That's the thing.
Yeah, you never had to care.
So if someone makes a 5-hour critique of how Thor: Love and Thunder is such a piece of shit movie, and you enjoy it, guess what? You have the option to not watch that video. Like, no one is fucking tying you to a chair, fucking Clockwork Orange style, to watch fucking
Megan,
criticisms of...
Yeah, I hear you. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
I don't know. I was saying something and he kind of... Setch, can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Anyways, as I was saying, no one is tying this guy down, fucking Clockwork Orange style, and forcing him to watch criticisms of things he likes. This is really coming across as just pathetic, stop criticizing the stuff I like! Ugh.
Yeah,
it just comes across as really pathetic.
Yeah, this has become really pathetic. Yeah, this is just annoying now.
It seems Setch is having internet trouble, but we're almost done here, so we've got like a minute and a half left. Let's just try to get through it, I guess. If he has anything to add, he can. Let people enjoy their CGI spectacle character fest thrill rides. Yeah, no one is actually stopping you. Here's the thing. If someone If someone enjoys something I dislike, I can't actually do anything to make them stop liking it. I dislike Fallout 4. Is there anything I can actually do to stop people from liking Fallout 4? No, there isn't. I can criticize the game. I can't force anyone who likes the game to watch my criticism, and even if they do, they may come away from it still liking the game. It's simply a power people don't have. The only way that someone's criticism of a thing will make you stop liking it is if you take their criticism to heart and realize, oh, they're right. Oh, yeah, that made me like this thing less. Like, that's you listening to the criticism and accepting it.
Yeah.
It's not anyone else forcing you to not like it.
Also, I lived, motherfuckers.
I thought you were getting onto me for something. I was like, what? What did I do? I'm literally not talking.
No. I was curious because Cree stopped talking. For me, not for anybody in chat. Cree stopped talking for me. I was like, uh-oh, is it the usual where Cree went down? I still had a green connection on Discord and everything, so I was like, okay. So yeah, it must be Cree. So I said, Pagan, can you hear me? And I was like, uh-oh, it's not just Pagan. And then I went to check the streams and saw that I was getting the circle of death on the stream, and I was like, uh-oh. And then I went back to Discord, and Discord showed red, and I was like, oh, well, this is weird.
Anyways, we've got a minute and 30 left of this. Let's fucking end this thing.
Yeah.
I say that, and we're probably going to be here for another hour.
Mates, people enjoy their CGI spectacle character fest thrill rides. I certainly do, and I'm tired of having to care. Now, my point isn't to tell people to flat out stop analyzing and critiquing movies.
It certainly comes across that way.
Yeah, it's hard to take it as anything other than that.
How is your point not stop criticizing things when this entire time is criticism is ruining things for other people? Why can't you just let us enjoy... Again, this is a comment I get a lot on the Miniature Nerd Response videos. Just let people enjoy things! How am I stopping anyone from enjoying these games? Explain to me how my criticism is forcing people to not enjoy them anymore. Or even explain how I'm trying to stop people from enjoying them, because I'm not. I even say in the fucking Fallout 3 response, I'm not here to take your fucking fun away. Like, I don't word it that way, but you know the point I make.
Here, like I said before, constructive criticism can really help. And a lot of people genuinely do enjoy movies more this way. Some people don't like to just watch something. They want to pick it apart. So keep making these kinds of videos.
These kinds of videos are annoying me because they're taking away my enjoyment of these movies. I really wish people would stop making these videos, but don't stop making these videos. Some people enjoy it, so keep making them.
Yeah, I'm just like...
Have we ever watched a video before where, like, the closing argument invalidates the entire rest of the video?
Yes.
We have?
Yes.
It's hard to
in
keep
fact,
track.
we have had this very discussion before where we've asked this very thing.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
History really does repeat itself. We're caught in a loop. It's fucking Groundhog Day.
Wow, what a terrible Groundhog Day. I want refunds.
Yeah. In fact, yesterday being Groundhog Day would have been a lot nicer.
Oh, absolutely.
Keep what you do and don't like about media. I'm certainly going to. I still have another 100 or so episodes of breakdowns to get through. But don't let it consume you. Don't let it sully your enjoyment. Don't let commentating on pro...
This literally is the Oxford argument. Don't let your criticism of this thing ruin your enjoyment. Well, what if there was no enjoyment to fucking ruin in the first place? How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just seeping over into toxic positivity shit again.
It literally is.
Isn't all there is anymore. So next time you want to tell somebody you like a bad movie, don't say despite its flaws.
Why?
Why not say that?
Do you just dislike this phrase in particular? Because it's just a really basic acknowledgement that it does have flaws. It's just telling people that, yeah, I'm not saying it's perfection. Because most people know that liking something doesn't mean it's perfect. This whole video is just coping and more coping. Yeah.
Just see what happens. Just stop the chain reaction of so much analysis and commentary on media. Stop trying to create solid, irrefutable arguments to enjoy your mediocre media and guilty pleasures. Bring some fun back to the film community.
What did he even just fucking say?
So next time you want to tell somebody you like a bad movie, don't say despite its flaws. Just say you liked it. See what happens. Just stop the chain reaction of so much analysis and commentary on media. Stop trying to create solid, irrefutable arguments to enjoy your mediocre media and guilty pleasures. Bring...
Who? What?
But now he's saying, this is exactly the thing we told you, just say you like it. Nobody's stopping you. You're the one that said that you can't just do that. Now you're saying that's what you should do. It's like, but you could always do that.
Yeah.
What?
Fuck this video.
Yeah, this video is dog shit. Like I said, Kuro is probably a good dude. This video is fucking abysmal, though.
Some fun back to the... Remember to have fun.
What if you have fun tearing something apart? What if you find it very, very, very fun to go through Chip and Dale, or Thor Love and Thunder, or Avengers Endgame, or Fallout 4, fucking whatever else, and be like, okay, this is why that's dog shit, this is why this is dog shit, this is why these are dog shit. Like, what if that's fun for someone? What if they enjoy the deep criticism of these things because it's the way they, I guess, exercise their mind? What if it's what they just find entertaining? Because the whole thing was about, oh, movies are supposed to be entertaining. What if you are entertained by tearing apart a movie?
Well, that's negative, and that's the
Oh,
wrong kind of
right, I
entertainment. You're not
forgot.
allowed. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
I forgot. If you're too critical of a thing and you don't like it, that's terrible. You can be critical of a thing and still like it, but if you're critical of a thing and don't like it, then that's God.
Yeah,
Have
you're
mercy on your
enjoying it
soul.
wrong. Yeah, you're enjoying it wrong. Stop it. You're not allowed to do it that way.
Apologetic, completely opinionated, fun. And until next time, keep it fizzy.
All right,
Okay.
fantastic. It's over.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I'm not gonna close Watch Together this time because I usually close it when we're done, but there might be something else we watch after stream. I don't know. Yeah, that video is fucking terrible. I'm glad it's over.
Absolutely agree. That was.
Fingerless gloves. See, someone pointed this out in chat earlier, and I wanted to comment on it, and I didn't then. It's kind of worse than fingerless gloves because most of the finger parts of the gloves are still there. It's just the tips that are gone.
Yep. That's kind of what my one workout gloves are for, but the point of that
Yeah,
is
but they're
feel stuff.
Yeah, they're workout gloves. They're not like I'm sitting at my computer desk recording a video, playing games, whatever gloves.
These are my fapping gloves.
Anyways, yeah, so before we end, the 50th special, what we're going to do, and we've already mentioned this on the previous stream, but we're splitting it into two parts. The first part will be on Friday, which it's funny that we're doing it that way because the whole point of changing the schedule so I don't get off work, barely have any time to sleep, then do a stag, because that's exactly what's going to happen on Friday. And the second part will be on Sunday. I don't know how long they'll be. I don't fully know what we're going to... I know part of what we're going to do. I'm going to have to organize some stuff to do this. But yeah. Friday and Sunday, 2 o'clock Eastern, which is approximate time that we usually start. Yeah. Hope to see you all there. Hope we could be entertaining for you guys.
Yeah.
You guys have anything to end on?
Well, I mean, hopefully you guys enjoyed yourself here. We appreciate every single one of you being here. We definitely appreciate the super chats and the memberships.
Yep.
That every little bit goes a long way, guys. It really does.
I don't know if we grab this membership message. Despite its flaws, STAG is a great podcast from Overseer USA for 2-month membership.
Well, fantastic. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, Pagan, are you doing anything? Like any YouTubes, anythings? Got anything to share with the peoples?
Not really.
Alright.
Rip.
I guess I'll just show myself again then. Hey, feel free to come on by over to Twitch. We have a lot of fun. I'm pretty fucking spicy over there. Much to the detriment of Twitch, I'm sure. But, yeah. We have a good time over there, and every Saturday, except for this most recent one, because I was gone, every Saturday we have a event called Saturday Showtime, where in my Discord we will watch a movie. And nobody talks during the movie. We type out all of our stuff in the movie discussion channel, but yeah, we just have ourselves a good old time. Could be roasting the movie, could be praising the movie. We've had lots of praise lately, so yeah. I'm thinking of doing... maybe doing the Suicide Squad for this Saturday. That could be interesting.
Morbius.
Yeah. No.
Watch Morbius.
Now.
Do it.
No.
Do it!
Negative. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. It's very much appreciated.